Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to beautiful Summit Point Raceway for the very first regional event, MARRS event of the year, the April MARRS presented by OG Racing, with our special guests this weekend, the United States Touring Car Championship and also Spec Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, and we're going to be here all MARRS season long here at Summit Point. We'll be at Virginia International Raceway. We'll be at New Jersey Motorsports Park as well. We won't mention pit race, but good morning, Brian, and how are you doing this morning?
You know what, Greg? I'm doing fantastic. It's great to be back here at Summit Point. I got to tell you, for the month of April, I don't think I've left. I think I've been here every weekend with the exception of one, and then we were at VIR. So I've been here every weekend for April. This is home. This is where it is. This is family, so I'm glad to get this regional, season kicked off here for April MARRS 1, and I can't think of a better, time and place right now to do it than this weekend.
No, that's right. So Brian and I were here for the Majors event, the U.S. Majors Tour 3 weeks ago. Then we were at Virginia International Raceway for the Super Tour, and you were here go-karting last week.
Yep, I was here last week across the street over at the Shenandoah course.
That's right. And so now we are getting ready to go Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series racing. Does that make sense? But let's give you an idea of what the rundown for the schedule here today is, Brian. We had a full morning of qualifying for each of our 8 race groups, and we are going to be running, and some of this is dictated, I think, a little bit because of the weather that we have here. You'll notice as you look at some of the cameras that we have around the course, it's a bit overcast in many different places. We're going to have our first 3 15-lap sprint races here today, and then we're going to break for lunch, and then we'll come back. Let's see, 8 minus 3 is 5. Then we're going to have 5 sprint races to finish up the day, and then we go do it all over again tomorrow, where we've got our feature races, our 10-lap bracket races, and then 20-lap feature races as well. But nothing but racing from here on out, Brian, today and tomorrow, and well, maybe some rain delays, but we'll we'll see how that works out.
Well, let's hope we don't have any rain delays. I will tell you that since we actually came on air, my phone has been blowing up with some text messages. There are several drivers in there that they don't mind the rain, right? They're
right.
wanting the rain. And listen, real quick before we get started, it's great to see Mike Collins up and around this morning.
That's right.
So, I know he's been, Mike checks in with a bunch. But you know what, Greg? We're getting ready for our bracket racing that's getting ready to go out there. And I tell you what, this is kind of a different animal, right?
It is.
So if you're new to listening to us here, and especially on the YouTube channel, bracket racing. Let's talk about this for just a brief second. So this is almost like drag racing in a bracket, right?
Right.
You can run out of your bracket. You're not penalized. You're not disqualified after that. The guy in front of you or next to you doesn't win and moves to the next round. Everybody continues. You can run out of your bracket and go to a different bracket where you could be leading your bracket and then be third or fourth or fifth, whatever it is, depending on time frame. So it is its own little, I'm going to call it beast animal, whatever you want to call it. A lot of guys use this for testing and double dipping to get better, to understand kind of what's going on with their cars and the racetrack. We see a lot of the SRF3s out here.
Yes.
Right? Spec racers. We've also got some guys that have been really, doing this since we really started this, I think back in early 2018 and then 19, maybe even a little bit before that. Chuck Edmonston was the biggest,
proponent of
this, built this thing up, kind of went down. We canceled it for, a little bit second half of the year, and then turned around and really made it, what it is today. And we've gotten some pretty good fields. So I'll tell you what, Greg, before we get started, let me go ahead and give you the rundown because the cars are on track right now. You can see on the cameras, they're just now coming out of turn 1 and in turn 2. So starting 14th from Silver Spring, Maryland, in the number 74, that's Steve Martin. Starting 13th from Tacoma Park, Maryland, the number 68 of Jed Prentice. Starting in 12th from Wayne, Pennsylvania, the number 2 of Richard Herman. Starting in the 11th position from Severna Park, Maryland, the 134 of Chuck Edmonston. Starting in the 10th position from Lyndhurst, Virginia, the number 88, and there's another one that getting some track time, is Ryan Moran. Starting in 9th from Frederick, Maryland, number 51 of Eric Prespicius. Starting in 8th from Gum Spring, Virginia, the 83 of Nick Shively. Starting in the 7th position from Westchester, Pennsylvania, the number 5 of Mike Kosuth. Starting in the 6th position from Baltimore, Maryland, the number 25 of Aaron Meisner. Starting in the 5th position from Leonardtown, Maryland, the number 13 of Andrew Waldorf. Starting in 4th position, the number 7 from Annapolis, Maryland, that's Keith Frazier. Starting in the 3rd position from Vienna, Virginia, the number 71 of John Hall. And on your front row, starting in the 2nd position, the number 30 from Washington, D.C., that's Mac Harrison. And starting on the pole from Alexandria, Virginia, in that BMW M3, the number 14 of Marshall Lytle.
All right, so there you go. There is your starting grid. And Brian, as we do each one of these bracket events, we're going to do our best to let our viewers know when drivers break out of their existing brackets over the course of the race. We know that although we've got the timing and scoring on the screen here for people watching via YouTube to see, it doesn't represent those different brackets. And the brackets are set up by times in 2-minute gaps as our field now comes out of turn 10. And we do have a start with Marshall Lytle on the pole in that orange number 14 E36 BMW. He's going to lead the rest of the field, followed by the Spec Racer Fords of Mac Harrison and Keith Frazier and John Hall, all down into turn number 1 for the very first time. And so these drivers are going to be trying to get situated here. And I'm going to try and pull up now the brackets and how they are laid out initially, so we know what brackets the drivers qualified in, Brian. And we'll get that down because essentially each bracket is about 2 seconds from lowest time to highest time.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, and I think, it's going to take a couple laps. And as I said, with this, it's kind of a different animal, right, with bracket racing. And so you could be leading your bracket, get a tow, get a drag, get a draft, whatever it is you want to call that, come down the start-finish line, the person in front of you, maybe who you're racing at one point in time during the race, well, now all of a sudden you're sitting fourth and the other guy's 8 seconds ahead of you, so now you got to try to do it. So it becomes a little bit difficult, but, as you talked about, Marshall Lytle getting out with that BMW 3, look for those SRFs, and here they come. They're going to they're going to work together. They're going to chase him down.
Yeah, exactly. I would think that they're going to use the draft, but, we're going to see the initial times they put in. So if we take a look at this, we have the bracket racing split up into brackets A1 through 5, and then B1 through 5. A1, it is for any driver that drives a minute 16, actually a minute 17 or lower. And then A2 is 119 to 117. A3 is 121 to 119 as you go along. And essentially, you've got a 2-second split as you go down through those 10 different brackets. Now, Marshall Lytle, when he qualified with a time of 120.768. So that would have put him towards the higher end of the A3 bracket. The Spec Racer Fords were in the 122 to 123 range, actually going up higher than that. So we've got some of them that they started off in the A4 bracket, some of them in the A5 bracket, and we'll see what happens as things start to close down. Now, again, want to thank all of you that are listening here from listening and watching on YouTube. And yes, I want to help out Mike Collins, who's sitting on the West Coast this morning. Not that he's a day drinker, but it is 8:05 in the morning, and he's got his Pabst Blue Ribbon in hand. No, Mike, there is SSM racing today. Group number 4, SSM, will be our first race after lunch. So wanted to thank you. Wanted to thank a lot of the folks that are already chiming in on YouTube. Alan Olson, longtime racer here in the region, former board member. Want to say good morning to you. Dean Dibdahl's father, Rich Dibdahl, one says bring on the rain, but more importantly, Brian, he said he thought Larry McLeod was going to be here announcing today, and he's out. So Dean Dibdahl actually had a win here, his very first Spec Miata win with another organization last weekend here at Summit Point. So want to congratulate Dean. I think he's 15 years old now and got his very first win. Want to thank Brad Gould here joining in. Brad had just gone to the DC Region's competition licensed driving school a couple weeks ago. I think Brad mentioned he's going to be racing with us. His first MARRS race will be over Labor Day weekend. So thanks for joining us here as well. And we've got, I think, Scott Merker, who's, I think, camped out down near turn 5, was in the chat as well. Scott, current member of the board of directors of the DC region.
And maybe he brought his boat. Maybe he's sitting over there in his boat. Anyway,
that's right.
I'll tell you what. Scott's moved on to boats now.
That's right.
I guess he likes to spend money.
Yeah, more money than when racing. Exactly.
RVs and boats. That's where you spend your money, not on race cars anymore. Let's take a look at some of these times here. Marshall Lytle sitting there, his best lap 121.712. That puts him kind of in that A4 bracket, Greg, as you were talking about. Still out in front, but now you've got Mac Harrison and you've got Keith Frazier. Mac Harrison opened it up, but the battle really on the racetrack and even in the bracket is between Keith Frazier, John Hall, and I believe that is Andrew Waldorf. That is your next 3. So that's 3rd, 4th, and 5th. They're nose to tail right there. And then you've got a bigger gap back to Mike Kosuth and Aaron Meisner.
Yeah,
a little bit further back.
Wow,
so.
We just saw a huge brake lockup, Brian, going down into turn 1 with Roger Maeda in his Honda Prelude. And I think we've got Ryan Moran and Nick Shively back behind. But yeah, that A5 bracket, which is again for drivers that are in the 120, actually 123 to 125 range, right now made up of 8 different Spec Racer Ford drivers, and 3 of them are in very close succession. We'll track them as they come out. They're coming up the hill now under the bridge. In the top bracket out here, A4, Marshall Lytle, who's coming down towards turn 1 right now in that bright orange BMW. And then Mac Harrison in his Spec Racer Ford. Harrison, who qualified in the A5 bracket, is actually already broken out. He's in A4. But Brian, real quick, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's Spec Miata. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Miata drivers, please head to the grid.
Tell you what, Greg, I'm looking back a little bit further, and we talked about him early on. Ryan Moran, that is, I believe, is in that Miata. I believe that is an SSM Miata. So, again, getting some track time. I did not see him go out this morning in the SSM group. He may have. I didn't see him if he did. So, again, probably testing some stuff here using this bracket. Again, this is not only a group that you can come out and, you get your racing in for class, but it's, not really for points at the end of the year. It's kind of within the group. So this is a great session, and that's why I say you see a lot of the SRF3s out here getting testing, getting that, able to do that double duty, but they can try things before they go back
before
out
they go out
race.
for their Spec Racer Ford race, which is race group number 5, should be our second race after lunch today. Have Louis Alessi checking in the chat, Brian. Louis, a former member of the DC Region Board of Directors, but for the past number of years has been racing bracket racing. Yep. Apparently both he and his son David, who were both planning to race Honda Preludes this year in bracket racing. They don't have them out this weekend, apparently having some mechanical issues. Here up at the top, we had talked about in that A4 bracket with Marshall Lytle and Mac Harrison. Well, Lytle now has broken out of the A4 bracket, just turned in a 120.576, which puts him now back into A3, and that leaves Mac Harrison is your leader in the A4 bracket with a time of 121.944. And to make things very difficult for John Hall, who had been your leader in the A5 bracket for drivers from 123 to 125, he is now broken out, and he is now running second in the higher bracket, the A4 bracket, to Mac Harrison. So just a moment ago, he was leading a class. He's now running second in the higher class.
Exactly what I talked about, right? So now he's got that almost 5-second gap that he needs to try to make up to try to catch Mac Harrison in order to win that A4 bracket in today's 15 laps. So, again, 6 laps down, 9 left to go. Marshall Lytle now coming out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3. Again, pretty big lead with that BMW M3. Then you've got Mac Harrison just now coming out of turn 2. One of the good battles on the racetrack, I still believe, is with 13 of Andrew Waldorf and Keith Frazier. Now, keep in mind, Greg, as you just talked about, that is now the lead for a bracket A5, which, because John Hall moved out of that bracket, he has moved up with Mac Harrison in that A4. So the battle for the A5 is between Keith Frazier and Andrew Waldorf, and they are nose to tail coming out of turn 3, headed down into turn, should be getting ready to come down into turn 5 right now in the cameras, and there they are going through. So, again, another good race right there as you see somebody went out of bracket.
Yeah, exactly. So we had another driver break out there, and when we were looking originally at the B3 bracket, we talked about Roger Maeda and his Honda Prelude. He had been working and been in the same class with Herman and as well as Ryan Moran, and now Maeda, who just turned in a 126.569. And a 127 and change earlier, he now is broken out of the B2 bracket and finds himself all alone in bracket 1 in B1.
Yeah, so as this as these guys really start to get out here and get running with a couple of laps, you can see it starts to change. And this is all about consistency, right? This is really trying to dial in your car. Some of these drivers have done nothing but run bracket there, since we really started it and then built it back up. That's all they've run, right? This is their chance to get 15 laps today and then 20 laps tomorrow. And this is what they like to do, to continue to use that not only as a test session, but just run bracket. There's no pressure on it. It's just a matter of running and try to get into those brackets.
Exactly. And Brian, looking again at the chat, Trey Albrecht, who typically runs a late 90s Honda Civic hatchback in bracket racing, he says next event, the 22 to 24 bracket that is bracket A5. He says that it is going to be very interesting. I'm sure Trey is planning on bringing his car back out. Either that, or I'm checking to see again if he's on track, and he just happens to be texting from the pavement, and he's not. All right. So again, everybody, 2 more races before we break for lunch. It's going to be next up is going to be Spec Miata, and then we are going to have IT and B-Spec, which is also going to be joined by the United States Touring Car Championship. Speaking of that, Brian, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. That is Spec Miata. If you can please start heading to the grid. Spec Miata drivers, head to the grid. Your race is next.
Again, 8 laps down, 7 to go right here. Again, Marshall Lytle opening up with that BMW M3. Pretty big lead here. Fastest lap, 125.76. Puts him now in A3. Where he's been the last couple of laps. Mac Harrison, John Hall, that's your next group. That's a almost 5-second lead as they now go cross the start-finish line here. Well, here comes Marshall Lytle, so we should see John Hall. And then coming up on some lap cars here. So Marshall having a little bit of a challenge getting through some of those early on. Last lap by, I saw kind of a struggle there coming out of turn 2 into turn 3, but able to get around those and kind of open that up. There goes John Hall. Across the start-finish line. But again, I'm going to look back here. This Andrew Waldorf and Keith Frazier, they're going by the start-finish line. Last time it was 0.7 of a second. This time, Greg, 0.3 of a second.
That's right.
And that's for that A5 bracket. That is the race on. Now they're going to go side by side down to turn 1. Oh, and Frazier's going to lock it up. I think you're going to see an over-under coming out of turn 1 and turn 2 with Waldorf and Frazier. They're coming out. Give it back to Waldorf there. Again, heavy lockup by Keith Frazier, trying to make something happen here as the laps start to wind down in that A5 bracket. They head up to turn 3. Waldorf about a half a car length lead over Keith Frazier.
Yeah, and I was just looking a little bit further back, Brian, in the field. A nice little battle going on also in with our Spec Racer 4 drivers. It is the number 5 machine here. Let me actually, it's of Mike Kosuth and Eric Prepsius. Kosuth and Prepsius, let's see if they're in the same class right now. Indeed they are. Kosuth currently running 3rd in that A5 bracket, the same bracket that Waldorf and Frazier are in. Prepsius running now 4th in that class, but they are locked nose to tail, and they've been running in the mid 124 range. So they've got a lot of leeway before either one of them would break out to the next higher class.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I really think it's going to be tough. I mean, they'd really have to get a good draft off each other. Here comes the Waldorf and the Frazier battle. But you're right. Here comes Presperius and it looks like Mike Kosuth. And I think here comes Mike Kosuth. And, Greg, I do not see Presperius, and I'm getting word that somebody may have spun down in 5, although I think here he comes now.
Yeah, there's the light blue car of Prepsius, but he lost a lot of ground.
Yeah, big gap there now. So here comes Waldorf and Frazier. They're coming up on the Chuck Edmondson 134 Honda machine, headed up through turn 3. So a little bit of traffic there. They're going to have to work to get around. Chuck pulls driver's light, lets them guys go by since they're battling out.
All right, and so going down into turn 1, you just saw that light blue number 51 machine of Prepsius. Now, Aaron Meisner, who had been almost 10 seconds, but actually more than 10 seconds back from Prepsius on the last lap, he's in that red and white number 25 machine. He's starting to close things down right now. That is the battle for 4th in the A5 bracket, and so we'll see. But it sounds like Prepsius had some issues at 5, put the car around, managed to get it back underway. Another you'll see here going down into turn 1 right now. And coming through, I believe that is the machine of Marshall Lytle, that orange BMW, continuing to lap traffic as he's just gone around the Ford Focus of Steve Martin, the silver 74 machine. Martin currently running in the B5 bracket along with Jed Prentice's Mazda Miata. Martin running 2nd in that class, and that's for drivers a minute 33 and above.
Yeah, John Hall now going through turn. You know what? I'm gonna jump back here. I'm gonna go back to this Andrew Waldorf in this Keith Frazier machine. Again, starting to come up on some lap traffic as well. They're still battling. That's the closest battle I think I've seen in the bracket in a very long time between those two in that A5. What would be interesting to see, Greg, is those two are battling. They automatically can get a draft because they're going to stay close to each other. Next thing you know, even though Waldorf may beat Frazier to the line, Frazier may run out and jump into
the next bracket. Exactly.
So we have seen that in the past. I know that some of these drivers have pretty much had this happen every race for a couple of years where they're leading their bracket and then all of a sudden they get a toe off somebody and next thing you know they're sitting third in their bracket
and then the next higher bracket exactly is you always it's just one of those deals here where there are so many determining factors how you're going to finish. It's not, again, as opposed to the sprint races that we're going to have for the rest of the day today, it's not who gets it to the checkered flag first. There's that time component as well. As, again, we see two drivers going side by side, going down into turn one in the Spec Racer Fords. And I do believe, Brian, I think that was, again, Waldorf and Keith Frazier, the 13 car and the 7 car. They are now still side by side as they come through turn number 3 and start to roll down the hill. With Frazier in the number 7, just behind the 13, the blue and white number 13 of Waldorf. Waldorf had made that pass.
Yeah, and then Frazier got back in front of him and coming through turn 3. So we're going to have to wait and see. But again, really, it's all really, not only are you battling that individual on the racetrack, as these two have been battling each other constantly, it's about time. As well. So if Frazier gets a pretty good run by passing Waldorf there and got through turn 3 and maybe turn 4 and 5 down through the carousel, that may propel him into that next time. And he's going to end up being, because he's 122.9 is where it starts. And he's 123.2. So, again, we'll have to see. Here they come across start-finish line now.
Yeah, as they are pretty much right beside one another, crossing the start-finish line and going down in the 1. I should mention that we've got Marshall Lytle heading down into the carousel right now. The next time he comes by, he is going to get the 1 to go. As Waldorf now with a big brake lock-up from driver's left from the outside going into turn number 1. And I believe that has allowed Keith Frazier in the dark number 7 machine, Brian, to sneak by.
Well, it looks like Waldorf's going to hold him off there coming through turns 2 and 3. So now as they go through 3, Waldorf's got about a car length and a half lead over Frazier. If you look in the cameras there, they're going to be coming down out of turn 4 into turn 5. You should see Andrew Waldorf a little bit ahead, probably about a car length and a half. Here comes Marshall Lytle. Marshall Lytle. Out of turn 10, so he's getting the 1 thing. Yeah, right. It's not a Mustang. Right.
All right, so 1 to go here, Brian, real quick. Let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2, Spec Miata. If you could please start heading to the grid, your race is next. Race group number 2, Spec Miata. This is your final call to the grid. All right, so here as Marshall Lytle makes his last lap, we're trying to check in and see what the gaps are in some of our other classes as Lytle is all alone in bracket A3. In bracket A4, Mac Harrison now with almost a 7-second advantage on track position-wise, 7 seconds over John Hall for bracket A4. In bracket A5, again, there's that battle between Waldorf and Harrison. That's going to determine your winner in that class. And we've got another battle going on a little bit further back, and this is looking great, Brian, as we've got Meisner and Prepsius, as Meisner had caught back up to Prepsius, and they were side by side across the line. That is the battle for 4th in bracket A5.
Well, I'll tell you what, Prepsius now going to get ahead of Aaron Meisner as they come through turns 1 and 2 right now. So back out in front there. There goes Marshall Lytle. He's going to get the checkered flag. I'm going to drop back again. I'm still going to talk about this Andrew Waldorf, Keith Frazier, because they should be coming up out of turn 8 and up the hill under the new Toyota bridge that we have here.
It's Toyota. If you look back towards turn 9, it is still...
From our direction, it's Toyota. So under the Toyota bridge, they're going to be racing again. That's going to be the lead for that A5. Here they come now, and it does look like it is going to be Andrew Waldorf unless the time runs out. We'll have to let it. It's about a 15-second delay that we look at. We'll see whether or not they went faster or did they stay in that A5 bracket. Greg?
That's right, because Harrison and John Hall, as we mentioned, had broken out earlier up into bracket A4. And, Brian, as they're coming across, it looks like both Waldorf and Frazier were able to stay within bracket A5. But I'll tell you, Andrew Waldorf, he made it awfully close. The fastest time allowed to stay in bracket A5 is a 1:23 flat. On his last lap, Waldorf ran a 1:23.160, trying to hold off Keith Frazier. So Waldorf is going to take the win in bracket A5. This is a bracket made up exclusively of Spec Racer Fords, not because they're in Spec Racer Fords, but because of their lap times. So Waldorf will take the win in that class with Frazier second. Mykosa will come in third. Then Aaron Meisner and Eric Prepsius, as Meisner had managed to get around Prepsius. In bracket B1, Roger Maeda, your sole racer in the class at the checker. In bracket B3, Richard Herman in his Spec Racer Ford will take the win. He turned a 1:29 flat on his very last lap. And you know what, Brian? If he turned a 1:28.999, he would have broken out to bracket B1, or pardon me, to bracket B2, whereas he would have been the only driver in that bracket. He still would have taken a win. But he was as fast as you could go in bracket B3. Nick Chiavilli came in second in his Subaru. Ryan Moran came in third in bracket B3. In bracket B4, Chuck Edmondson in his Honda CRX, sole racer, to finish in that bracket with a fast time of 1:31.7. And then in bracket B5, Jed Prentice and Steve Martin, our B5 podium finishers. All right, so Brian, what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick little break here. We have up again, Spec Miata will be our next group, and we're I think probably looking at somewhere around, I think based on, we've got cars coming off track right now, probably somewhere around 11:35, give or take. It's 11:26 right now. So let's do this. Before we take that quick break, I want to actually play a spot for one of our great sponsors and partners that brings you the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series here at Summit Point, and they've been a long-time sponsor of the DC region, and that is Radial Tire Company.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And we're back here at Summit Point Raceway for the April MARRS presented by OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, and next up is Spec Miata, our second of three races before we break for lunch this morning. Brian, as we've got the pace lap underway, let's run down the starting order. Starting 26th from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, it's Joseph Gretsch driving the number 5 machine. Driving the number 112 car and starting 25th, it's Monica Stevens from Hanover, Maryland. Starting 24th, it's Vic Bruni. He's driving the number 92 machine, and he's from Haymarket, Virginia. Rich Yura will start 23rd. He's driving the number 61 machine. He's from Fairfax and from Morgantown, West Virginia. Dylan Moore, driving the number 57 machine, starts 22nd. Starting 21st, driving the number 35 machine from Apollo, Pennsylvania. One of my students at driver's school this summer, Tom Buskey. Good luck to him. Starting 20th, driving the number 45, Spec Miata from Frederick, Maryland, David Levin. Kevin Conlon will start 19th in the number 14 machine. He's from Westminster. Gurney, Illinois' Robert Cahall will start 18th. He's driving the 08 machine. Michael Cohen will start 17th in the number 54 machine. He's from Owings Mills. And then coming all the way from Farmers Branch, Texas, representing the Texas region, Matt Kopchak. He's driving the number 70 car. Welcome, Matt. Shauna LaMena will start 15th. She's from Oakland, New Jersey, driving the number 6 car with Matt Richard from Hoxton, Delaware, starting 14th in the 29. Brad Williams is driving the 171 car. He's from Harrisonburg, Virginia, starts 13th. Starting 12th is Andrew Wagner in the number 39 machine from Towson, Maryland. Morgantown, West Virginia's James Lindenthal will start 11th in the 18 car, while Ed Kudarakis from Washington, D.C. will start 10th in the 13. Then we've got Ben Pollock out of Merrifield, Virginia. He starts 9th in the 48 car. Ted Cahall will start 8th in the 178 car. He's from Christiansburg, Virginia, starting 7th in the number 27 Spec Miata. From Lebanon, Pennsylvania, it's Jared Odrick with Thomas Paulino starting 6th. He's from Colton Neck, New Jersey, in the number 34 car. Starting 5th, Glenn Evans, driving the number 10 machine. He's from Centerville, Virginia, with Kip Gaynor on the outside of row number 2, starting 4th in the 44 car. He's from Durwood. From Winchester, Virginia, Camden Gruber will start 3rd in the number 24 machine, and your front row, starting 2nd from Oakland, New Jersey, driving the number 88 car, it's Michael LaMena. And your pole sitter, John Hotz from Sparks Glencoe, Maryland, with the time will start on the pole. And we have a green flag.
No, we do not. No, we do not.
They did wave it off.
Yep, the green flag was waved off, and halfway through the back of the field, we had, as we always see when you wave it off,
compression.
You have compression, a lot of Calamity Corner.
Yeah, we've got the 45 car off, driver's left in the tire wall. We got the 29 car with some damage. We have a car that I think, Brian, could actually serve as the new start line. We've got a car that is pointing straight at the starter bridge. He's got his tail against the tire wall. Can you get the number on that car?
Yeah, that's the number 39. That's Andrew Wagner. You've got the 29 of Matthew Richard, and then you've got the 45. Let's see, the 45 should be David Levin. They got the wave off there. The starter said, no, we're not going green. It was so bunched up. These individuals in the back just didn't see it, didn't get wasn't able to see really what was going on. And then that's where it is. So we are going to go to a black flag all, it looks like.
Yeah, we've still got the 29 and the 39 cars disabled, drivers left directly across from the starter stand. And so the plan right now, because we do have multiple cars that they need to pull off, and especially since it is right across from the starter stand, we are going to a black flag situation here at Summit Point. So all of the cars will come down the pit lane. Technically, Brian, the race has started.
Yes.
With that wave off. And so we give, for this race, it is a 15 laps, or 30 minutes, whichever comes first. So we are now about 2 minutes in as it stands. And likely the clock, as they come down, unless they give a red flag to stop the clock, that clock will continue to run down here. When the drivers come out, they're going to end up technically starting lap number 2, and they'll start racing, hopefully, if they get a green flag on lap number 3.
Yeah, it's going to be. I don't see this taking very long to get these out. Again, they have to redo some of the tire barriers, that they have there. They have some, concrete on the other side. It looks like he had just hit the tire barrier there between one of the 3. I do know that the 45 David Levin has driven off He's going to be headed back into pit lane there, but just put up some tire barriers back in there, remove these cars, and kind of go from there. So just kind of a bottleneck up there. There was somebody that obviously they didn't see really what was going on with the wave off. So one of the cars there.
Yeah, and it is somewhat hard here, Brian. I mean, you and I have both raced here. When you come out of turn 10, there is a small drop down towards the starter stand, and what will happen, especially if you are gridded up in in your lane with the nose of your car practically right off the bumper of the car in front, you have to be able to possibly see through maybe 10 rows of cars directly ahead of you through their rear windows and front windows, and the only way you can really judge that the course has gone green is either by the sounds of the engines revving up, or maybe if you have a crew member in your radio telling you that it's gone green. That far back, they probably heard the revving of the engines and said, time to go, and the cars ahead of them weren't going because of the wave off.
Yeah, I'm not sure why the wave off happened. I mean, I can tell you, basically from what I saw, it really wasn't a good start halfway, between there and halfway back. So obviously, the reason why that happened, I think it was, pretty decent. Again, like you just said, Greg, you hear the revving of the motors, you hear guys start to go, and if you're the leaders and you get a wave off, you don't want to slam on the brakes, you don't want to stop, right?
No.
This is what will happen. So
exactly.
it looked like the first couple of rows went, there was somebody there that didn't go because they saw the wave off, and this is what happened, unfortunately, for Andrew Wagner, Matthew Richard, and David Levin. As I said, David Levin has pulled in. There's another car down there on pit road that's got some rear bumper damage that pulled off. I can't see it.
Yeah, it's drivers.
That may be Ted Cahall's car.
Well, we'll see, because we had Robert Cahall in the 08 machine. He just took his car back to the paddock. And yeah, that might be the Ted Cahall machine.
Yeah.
Cahall, who was starting this race back in, I'm just trying to see where he was starting. He was starting 8th, and he's right in that zone where the cars had gone off. So he would have been back on the 4th row.
Yeah.
And quite possible that it would happen, as we've got our field starting to get our emergency services teams. They're trying to get the 29 towed out, and I think once they get the 29 out, they'll get the 38 moved as well. They had to do a little bit of tire wall repair here at Driver's Left as well. Brian, while we've got this going on, let me start calling our next group to the grid, because again, the clock is still running.
Mm-hmm.
Attention in the paddock. Race group number 3, that's B-Spec, ITA, B and C, ITS, as well as the United States Touring Car Championship, USTCC. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 3, and this should be our last race before lunch. Please start heading to the grid. B-Spec, ITA, B, C, and S, as well as USTCC. Please head to the grid.
Greg, one of the things I'm looking at here is, our timing for the start-finish line is right directly across, and they're actually down there looking at that now. I think when the 39 kind of backed up into the tire wall there,
I think they got some of the equipment.
They got some of the equipment there, so they're going to have to check that out and make sure that works.
And what that is, Brian, so we have with our timing and scoring team here, besides the timing loop, which is underneath the pavement, and that should be okay. There's nothing there to really fix. But we have a backup system that they use, the old school timing lights, to track when cars cross the line in order to get times and what have you. And it looks as though that when one of the tire walls moved, one of the boxes that works that to send that signal back might have been jostled around a little bit. So I think they've gotten that back underway, or gotten that back in order. All right. So as they're starting to pull the 29 machine now away, and we realize, unfortunately, these are things that you can't see from our camera. One of these days, Brian, we'll hopefully get some more cameras around Summit Point besides the 4, and we'll get a real-life director who could actually go and switch to different camera shots.
As opposed to a non-life
Yeah,
director.
yeah. Well, I'm the barely breathing director right now. But I'm sure, and I hope everybody understands that this ain't the Super Tour, and there's only so much that Brian and I can do to keep the lights on with the resources that are given to us. So we apologize for that. But hopefully we'll be going racing here in just a few moments. The 29 has just been pulled back into the pits. The 39 has just now been pulled off. And I believe, actually, we've got our emergency services teams working with timing and scoring right now to actually test to make sure that those timing lights are working correctly.
Either that or he's taking a selfie next to the tire wall because he's down on one knee. So he's either somebody's taking a selfie of him there or he is working. No, I think he's working on it again.
Yeah.
This is a situation you don't want to see right off the bat. Unfortunately, it's one of those things that, that happen. So I think that, look, we'll get this done. We'll get it back going underway. And I think that this SM race is going to be a fantastic race. These drivers went kind of out this morning for their qualifying run, and they were pretty quick. Going through there. So.
As a matter of fact, so as I was running down the grid, as the start was happening, thank you for seeing, because I had my head buried in paper when the green flag came out. I was you probably hear I was talking as fast as I could. John Hotz, our pole sitter, had a qualifying time this morning of 1:27.01 and was almost 0.3 of a second faster in qualifying this morning than Michael Lamena. Now, I had heard from a number of drivers yesterday, and I think a lot of this had to do with the temperatures, Brian, because it was around 86, 87 degrees ambient out here yesterday, which is quite a bit warmer than it was for the majors 3 weeks ago. And the report I was getting back from drivers was that the track was very slow.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that was, frankly, it was humid air, it was hot air. We had just had some rain here a couple days ago, so the track was maybe a little green also.
Yeah.
I would suspect that it's going to get fast. Well, I was going to say I would suspect it's going to get faster through the weekend, but we are looking at possibly having some rain this afternoon. And so, Brian, no, it was not a selfie, as we now have. We had one of our starters out looking at the hardware. We actually have somebody from our timing and scoring team out looking at that hardware trackside right now to see if they can get it back up and running. But that is the delay currently. And actually, pretty good timing, because our great partners at Summit Point, they've brought out the track sweepers to try and get any of the debris on the front straight removed from the track as well.
Yeah. Yeah, going to be... like I said, I think, again, as the clock is still going on here, we're just under, 20 minutes kind of left in this race. So we've got to try to get that cleaned up pretty quickly. Again, they're trying to get that. You got to have that, right? It's not something we can just go and we could go back old school and do it manually. But even that becomes a little bit difficult, as I think our sweeper truck off to the right may have either be still sweeping the gravel outside of the racetrack, or I think that motor
went up in a ball of flames.
That motor finally let go on that. Not sure what that is over there, but that kind of caught my eye. I think he's still sweeping the rocks.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. All right, so just from race control, we are still working on the timing system right now. Again, everybody, we are under black flag conditions here at Summit Point. We do have just a little bit less than 20 minutes remaining on the clock for what is normally a 30-minute or 15-lap race. That we prefer to do it by laps, but it looks like this one will likely end on time. We'll see here as our representative of the timing and scoring team is starting to come back across the track, but it looks like we've still got some staff over there, so we'll have to see how this plays out. So hopefully we'll be able to get back underway here. And So I get the best messages, and unfortunately, they don't go into the YouTube chat. And so I'm not going to necessarily share the entire contents of this, but I get the best text messages from Mike Collins, who says the SM track record was set 5 years ago, and he then lays out the reasons why certain drivers may not be here this weekend, and it's related to that track record.
Yeah. Well, I got to be honest with you. You know, you talk about Mike. I actually saw Nick's car down in the paddock. I don't know if that's just because him and his car was still in the same trailer as Vic came through. So, turned around and there. So I don't think I saw it down there. He's not running. So got it.
Yeah.
Got it, Mike. Got it.
Yep, exactly. All right. So so to give an update to everybody, we're under black flag conditions. We had an incident on the front straight here just as the start had been waved off. Even though the start was waved off, the clock starts to run, the lap counter does start to run, and we black flagged all the drivers. They are now on the pit lane. When they come out from the pit lane, they will cross the start finish line. Technically, lap 2, which will be a full course caution lap, will have begun. They should be taking the green flag to start what is essentially lap number 3 of this race. But again, the clock is continuing to run.
And as we started, Greg, it was double file. Now we're going to a single file. So
exactly.
Again, that changes a little bit of the dynamic in that, where if you were on the inside driver's right or the outside driver's left, in that now you're back into single file. Again, with John Hotz on the pole, Mike LaMena sitting in second, Camden Gruber, and then Kip Gaynor, that actually helps because, you had, I believe John Hotz started on driver's right, so the inside, and then LaMena on the left, and then Gruber, kind of in between there. So now you're single file.
Exactly. All right, Brian, as the clock continues to run, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3. That's IT, ITA, B, C, and S, B-Spec, and our guests from the United States Touring Car Championship. Again, race group number 3, B-Spec, ITA, ITB, ITC, ITS, and USTCC. Please make your way to the grid. And so, Brian, while we were talking, a bit of a change. The red flag, the race control and the stewards have decided to go to red flag conditions. That would not only stop the clock, but we're going to have to see, as we're trying to get the word, it sounds like they're probably going to be getting the 5-minute warning here in just a moment. And I have a feeling that they're pretty much, from the looks of what I'm seeing on timing and scoring, they may have just decided to essentially do a do-over. We're gonna get the word from race control. Our timing and scoring is showing that the lap counter and the time counter have been reset, and so we're gonna see. And actually, now that I'm looking at it, I just got a call from Start that they're showing halfway on the time. So I'm trying to determine whether or not the red flag has been displayed. I'm looking at the start finish stand, Brian, and they're still displaying black. They are not displaying red.
Yeah,
and
let's take a second, see if we can't listen.
Okay. Yeah, and what I'm hearing now is
reset to 0.
So it looks like we're going to pretend that that opening melee just never occurred.
I know 3 drivers are going to say, I don't think it ever didn't occur. It occurred.
Yeah.
I know 3 guys that are not going to be, unfortunately happy with that. But, look, I think if, at this point, I can tell you that looking down on pit road, it looks like David Levin is still sitting there. It looks like they put some duct tape on that, on the right side of that, and I think he's going to get back out. I'm hoping that the other 2 of Andrew Wagner and Matthew Richard can get out. I know Matthew Richard had some pretty good severe nose damage on that car, so Looks like they have to go back in, hammer that down a little bit, kind of straighten that out.
All right, so Brian, they've just given the 5-minute warning to the drivers on the pit lane. Our Spec Miata drivers. There is still kind of a question, even from some of our volunteers, as to whether or not the clock is being reset or it's not being reset. We just heard from race control that they said clock is being reset to 0, but and so the question is whether or not we go back to that, approximately 20 minutes or so. I'm showing
22:41 on mine.
Yeah.
So I'm not 100% sure. Look, this is a 15-lap sprint race. That's what it's designed to be. It's called a sprint race for a reason on Saturdays. It's all out anyway. It doesn't matter. You go until you see the one to go, and you keep driving until you see the checker. That's the easy way to explain it, I guess.
Yeah.
From a driver, if I'm sitting in one of those seats down there, right, I'm not worried about, well, how much time do I have? Do I have this? What's the deal? You know what? When I come out, I'm going to take that first lap is going to be a double yellow, be led by that pace car. I'm going to go and I'm going to run until they throw the one to go board or they throw the checker. That's what I'm going to do. And I think that you're going to see every single one of these drivers do that exact same thing.
Yeah, exactly. And so, we'll have to see here, Brian, one of the questions is because there was never a green flag before they black flag, typically under black flag conditions, you always roll back to the previous lap anyhow.
Correct.
So we'll have to see. I think that they should be going out double file, 2x2, not a single file. We're going to see how they handle this. We're also trying to get a handle on where the clock is going to be reset. When the starter stand asked for what the clock should be set at, the direction from race control was for them to call timing and scoring directly and get the clock synced up. So unfortunately, we weren't privy to that conversation. We'll probably find out about the same time that you see it on our stream here.
The good thing is, as long as we don't have to have Greg McDermott get on a chair to take the clock, we'll be fine, because we know what happened yesterday with that. That didn't work.
Exactly. So we'll see how this. We're going to see how this plays out. I've got a number of folks that I trust that know the GCR better than I do and know the rules better than I do, and probably one of the best at it has been pinging me with what he thinks should be happening. So we'll know here soon enough. We do have a splitter, Brian, up, and I think and I can't tell if that's Keith McDonald. I think it's Keith McDonald there up at the top. Yeah, he just looked back to me, so it must be Keith. That we do have a splitter there, so it looks like we are going to send the drivers out 2x2. The big question is going to be how many laps, how much time on the clock, and whether or not these racers are going to get the full 15 laps. As the 1 minute warning, Brian, just now given on the grid. So we're going to start this all again. The big advantage is I don't have to run down the grid a second. I might actually see the start this time.
I was going to say, you don't have to have your head buried down in the thing. So
yeah,
and look, and it's also warm, right? Look, where we're at right now, it's 80 degrees. It is a little bit warmer out there. It's probably in the upper 70s, I think, at this point in time. So again, sitting there, doing it, plus you come in and you sit there. It takes a little bit out of you to do it. So, but it does look like you're right, Greg. We are going to split, so we are going to go back double file, and it's 70 degrees outside. Got some weather moving in, so now that looks like it's being changed to where marginal risk for some weather. So I think the mountains are going to break that up, which will be a great sign. But I think that as our drivers get out there and get going again. Again, we're going double file. Got to get some heat back on those tires. Although, like I said, it's 70 degrees out there, but you got to get them going. You got to get some little bit of heat in the brakes because the car's been sitting there for a couple of minutes. I think that I still think this is going to shape up to be a great race, especially with the top 5 guys.
Yeah, agreed. And so, Brian, I think where we are is was going to be about 7 minutes that had been pulled off the clock. Essentially, the time from how long it took them to get back around. So right now the clock is just at about a little bit under a little bit under 22 minutes remaining, or an entire 15 laps. So this may still end up finishing on time, but hopefully we'll get all of our 15 laps in here as the pace lap, as you've seen watching our cameras, back underway. The pace car bringing the field down through the carousel. And I now feel bad for our Group 3 drivers that have all come up to the grid, and they're going to be sitting around
there for a while?
Yeah, they're going to be there in the heat for a while.
Well, at least they get to watch the race. But
yeah,
we know how you are, not really on top of your game when it comes to math. Looking at the clock,
Yes,
looking at the number of the laps, it's going to be really close. We may end up getting, by my calculation, and again, I'm not the best at math either, till they get back around, it's probably going to be in that 20-minute mark because they're just now going through turn 5. So hopefully we get that green. Again, we're going back double file restart. 20 minutes, 15 laps on average. Probably going to be a couple laps short of that. So
all right. And so the lights are out on the pace car, Brian, coming up the hill. And it sounds like as they're coming up, and you can see them coming through the camera right now, they're just now starting to get gridded up. And as they come up, I just wanted to mention our MARRS champion last season in Spec Miata, Jeremy Butts, taking the championship with Michael Lamena coming in second. And then John Hotz, who's our pole sitter today, finished third in the championship.
Here they come, Greg. Jeremy Butts not racing this weekend, so missing the opening weekend here at Summit Point for our April MARRS. We're waiting for our starter, and there's the green flag now. Now we've got to start here. Now you've got John Hotz now throw in Camden Gruber. Camden Gruber's going to get a pretty good, and he's going to go side by side of Lamena by the start-finish line. Kip Gaynor in there, and then Glenn Evans. That is really your front four with John Hotz leading this group headed down into turn 1, Greg.
And Hotz had an amazing start. He opened up almost 3 car lengths right at the drop of the green flag, had plenty of clearance to move all the way over to driver's left. And you see, as he clears the field going through turns 1 and 2, Gruber and Lamena were stuck battling it out for second coming through there.
Yeah, Michael Lamena did not get a really good start on that. Kind of held that outside line, that driver's left line up a little bit. Gruber got to the side of him, but not able to make that pass coming through turns 1 and turn 2. So they head up through turn 3. Lamena give him second place now.
Yeah, so that we had the black 24 drop into third, and I believe Glenn Evans actually managed to get around Kip Gaynor coming out of turns 1 and 2. That all the drivers that were in that left-hand lane really at a disadvantage.
Yeah, it got stacked up there, like I said, from the 88 of Michael Lamena not getting that good start. But looks like everything's rolling now. They're getting ready to come up out of turn 8 now, getting ready to come up underneath that new Toyota bridge from our perspective on our side here. So they should be coming up through turn 10 right now. Here they come. John Hotz probably going to have about, I'm going to say, 5 or 6 car length lead over Michael Lamena and Camden Gruber. Camden Gruber going to sit right there with Michael Lamena. Those two are going to draft right up to John Hotz in that 63 as we get down. Sitting in fourth now is the 34 of Thomas Polino. So give Polino up into fourth place. Pretty good run there. Drop Kip Gaynor back to fifth. Glenn Evans into sixth. As they head down into turn 1, Greg, John Hotz still leading by about 3 or 4 car lengths.
Yeah, and a little bit further back, side by side, Jared Odrick in the number 27 machine, the white and black 27, side by side with Lindenthal. I think Odrick's going to hang on to 8th. I think we've talked about Jared a little bit last year, his first season running both Spec Miata, also GT2, former NFL first-round draft pick, and he's already had practically half a season in the bag already as he started off in January down at Sebring.
Yeah, I mean, if you've ever seen, and I'm not going to refer to this, but if you've ever met Jared and you've ever seen Jared, one of the most calmest guys I've known, but one of the biggest guys I know, right? So watching him get in and out of a Miata,
it's like origami.
Actually, that is pretty good. So he is very tight into that. So again, Jared, like you said, pretty much running half a season with everything that his racing is going on, and it's all about seat time for him. But as our leaders now come up through turn 8 and heading up underneath the bridge out of turn 10 right now. John Hotz opening up. Greg, that lead's gained a little bit more. I'm saying about 7 car lengths now. Camden Gruber off by about half a car length over Michael LaMena, but here comes Thomas Polino. Give it up for Thomas Polino there, sitting in 4th place. He could end up catching those that Michael LaMena and that Camden Gruber for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, he is definitely squarely in the draft, coming up on LaMena and Gruber. Now, to complete that second race lap here, John Hotz almost 0.6 of a second faster than LaMena, Gruber, Paulino, and even Kip Gaynor as well. And actually, Gaynor almost 2.5 seconds off of the lead drivers, and so falling a little bit further back in the pack. As we go a little bit further back from there, this is the battle for 7th with Pollock, Odrick, Lindenthal, Cohen, and I think that is Brad Williams.
If you look on timing and scoring, it's Brad G8.
Yeah,
G Money 8.
That's right. Might have something for Presta Partis. That's Brad Williams out of Harrisonburg, Virginia. So he is sitting, but all those drivers all locked nose to tail currently.
Yeah, pretty good battle last time by, coming out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3 and through turn 4. You look through there. Here comes our leaders now, coming up under that Toyota bridge, coming out of turn 10 right now. John Hotz still leading by about 6-7 car lengths. That group there starts to open up. Kip Gaynor, Glenn Evans. That's another good battle that's going to come down to the end. And then we drop back just a little bit further, Greg. Just as you said, that looks like that is Benjamin Pollock, Jared Odrick. They are nose to tail now as they cross the start-finish line, opening up just a little bit more over that Lindenthal and the 54 of Michael Cohen. I will tell you, Michael Cohen, rebuild car this year. Still trying to find his way a little bit about that. Got here yesterday afternoon. Really hadn't had much track time this year with that since a full rebuild. So look for that car to get faster as the season goes on.
Yeah, sure. As he gets more comfortable with the chassis, it'll definitely find some speed here. A little bit further back in the pack, great battle going on right now. Sean LaMena, 14th, holding off Rich Ura and Ed Kudarakis as well, so nice little pocket there. Shauna finishing a Spec Miata last season in the top 10, so good to see that. And I think doing her father proud there is LaMena and Gruber still sitting nose to tail here, running in second position. I think they've realized at this point their battle still is with John Hotz. They're trying to do anything that they can to pick up ground, but Hotz continues to run, Brian, almost 0.3 of a second faster than Mike LaMena and Camden Gruber.
Yeah, John was pretty quick here for the majors as well as they come out of turn 10, head down the start-finish line. Almost picked up the win on that Sunday over Rob Hines, and some pretty good competition there. So John's got that Spec Miata dialed in right now, especially for here at Summit Point. Again, started out in 3rd position, I believe, in the majors, dropped back a little bit, but was able to pick him off. Let's drop back to that Jared Odrick and that Benjamin Pollock, Greg, as they go down into turn 1 side by side. And now give that position to Jared Odrick as they go into turn 1 over the 48 of Benjamin Pollock. So he's able to hold that off. So give Jared Odrick now back up into 7th.
Yeah, good little fight going on there as we take a look at Thomas Paulino, who had that great start, Brian, and he has now fallen a little bit off the pace of Gruber and LaMena. We thought early on that he might be able to use the draft to his advantage and get up into that grouping of our 2nd and 3rd place cars. But Paulino has been running fairly consistently, about 0.3 of a second off of LaMena's and Gruber's times. Now, you'll notice there also was a change there as Camden Gruber did switch positions with Mike LaMena, and that may just be a question of they feel that Gruber might have the better chance of being able to pull them up to our leader, John Hotz.
Yeah, good point. Gruber, probably is a little bit faster, kind of off the corners. It seems like Michael struggled a little bit getting off, as now Gruber coming out of turn 10 now, starting to pull away from Michael LaMena. So Gruber really getting a good exit off of the corners, than Michael LaMena is. So decided, hey, it's time to go here. Per the lap counter, I think we're at 9 laps to go, or 16 and a half minutes. So it's time to go to see whether or not he can run down John Hotz.
Well, we'll see, because John Hotz just ran his fastest lap of the race, Brian. Put in a 1:27.6. Now, that is still almost a little bit more than a half a second off of his qualifying times from this morning. But the temperatures, it's now about 70 degrees out here. It was down in the mid 50s when they went out for qualifying this morning.
Yeah, a little bit chillier. The wind was picked up. There we've got kind of again, totally lost my train of thought there, but the weather is kind of doing that. It's getting warmer in here too. So,
hey, it's only 82 degrees in here where we are.
compared to 93 yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so that's where we stand right now. Your top five: John Hotz, Camden Gruber, Mike LaMena, Tom Paolino, Kip Gaynor. As the next time John Hotz or whoever may be leading the field out of turn 10 comes by, we will have 8 laps to go, or somewhere just north of 15 minutes, whichever comes first. And it is going to be John Hotz. He is coming out of turn 10 right now, and he has built up a pretty good advantage, continues to build it up, Brian, because I think what we're seeing here is, yes, Camden Gruber, he's got the pace that Mike LaMena did not have early on, but we're seeing Gruber now starting to pull away a little bit from Mike LaMena. LaMena's getting it back in the draft now, as you'll see them coming down into turn 1, heavy under the braking there, but LaMena fairly consistently about 2 car lengths back at this point from Cam Gruber.
Yeah. No, totally agree with you there. I'm going to drop back just a little bit and talk real quickly about the Michael Cohen. We talked about him a couple seconds ago, more of getting that car rebuilt, getting the rebuild of the motor. He started out in 17th position. He's moved up now into the 10th position. He's right behind that Jared Ulrich, Benjamin Pollock, James Lindenthal race there for, I believe that is for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. So he's right there. So, again, getting more comfortable in this car right now, getting this car dialed in where he needs to do. Again, probably still sitting in the break-in period. Yep. But he's starting to collect those guys and starting to run down that group as they start to battle on the racetrack.
Hey, Brian, quick, nice little battle going on, and this is the battle for 17th position right now, and they're heading down towards turn 5 as we speak. It is Rich Ura, David Levin, Matt Kopchak. It's the black with yellow 61 machine, David Levin in the 45, Matt Kopchak in the number 70 machine. Just saw them have 2 changes of position coming out of turn 2 going into turn 3 as they're continuing on down there. So great battles from the front to the back of a 20, what would have been a 26 car field here, dropped down to a 24 car field here in Spec Miata.
Sorry, good to see David Levin be able to get that thing backed up
Yes.
and now being a little bit competitive in there. I'm sure he wanted to be a little bit further up, but again, being a little bit competitive there. Here comes out of turn 10 now. I believe this is the Richard Ura machine, Kopchak, and here comes David Levin. They've opened it up just a little bit more. Richard Ura opening it up over that Matt Kopchak machine.
And Kopchak gets around David Levin, so move Kopchak up to 18th, drop Levin in the 45 down to 19th. And they're just coming through turn 1 now. They close a lot of it up in the draft, but when they came out of turn 10, probably around 5 car lengths separating each one of them. Here a little bit further back, another nice battle right behind them. This is Vic Bruni and Joseph Gersh, the 92 and the 5. You're seeing them come through turns 1 and 2 right now, and that last time by, you've got Vic Bruni in the white number 92, Joe Gersh in the green and black machine, the number 5 machine directly behind, and they've been keeping it pretty close quarters most of the race. Brian.
Well, evidently Vic's been watching Tristan Herbert and his son Nick, because he just went 2 wheels off coming out of turn 3, was able to continue, but he's been picking up some pointers there, so good to see that that line being run. Here comes our battle for 7th, Greg, and now look at Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen's going to turn around and give the 18 there of James Lindenthal a little love tap there to say, hey, let's go ahead and let's start moving up. That's the battle for 7th, is that now they're going to be side by side with Benjamin Pollock going in. We're going to see whether or not they're going to be able to hold it. A little bit of lockup on that right front by Michael Cohen in that 54 machine, Greg, but it looks like they're going to stay there, but Ulrich starting to pull away a little bit with that battle.
That's right. So Lindenthal in the 18, he was able to get around the 48 of Pollock, and as they went in there side by side, it's actually given Odrick a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, and now Michael Cohen getting around the 48 there, Benjamin Pollock there as well. A little bit of lock up on the right front, but able to make that thing stick coming out of turn 2. Good exit off the corner and getting into turn number 3.
Yeah, so that now is going to move Pollock back from 8th position down into 10th position. So drop of 3 positions there just in the space of 2 corners. And getting word from Mike Collins, and I thought this was the case that Vic Bruni, who we just talked about a few moments ago, who is currently sitting back in now 20th position. That is actually an SSM car.
Yes.
So down a decent amount on power from the standard spec Miatas that are out here today. But he's essentially racing this in order to get more seat time and should make him stronger when we have our SSM race, which should be our first race after lunch.
Yeah. If you look at our turn 8 camera, you got a couple of spectators there. They're picking up the action there as well. There, he's
say hey there, yeah, wave to us,
nice.
yeah.
Yep. I think he heard us because now he's moved out of the camera range. So
we have that effect on people.
I'm not sure if he was wearing a Baltimore Ravens shirt or not. If he was, he probably needs to take that off.
Yeah,
especially in this area.
All right, so we were watching that battle a little bit further back with Urich and Kopchak, as well as David Levin, and now side by side coming down the front straight, and this is the battle for 17th position. We've got Kopchak in the yellow 70, comes down the inside driver's right, and it looks like he's going to take the position away from the 61 machine, the black machine of Richard Ura. So good pass there using the draft to his advantage, and he manages to hold Ura off coming out of turn 2.
Last time by through turn 3, Greg, we had the 18 James Lindenthal got at least 2 tires off in the gravel there in the driver's right of turn 3, headed up into turn 4, was able to continue, but he's going to lose a little bit of ground to Jared Ulrich, and that is for that 7th and 8th position. Here comes our overall leader in the 63 of John Hotz now, putting a lap on the 112 there. I believe that is going to be Monica Stevens. So John Hotz putting a lap, starting to catch the back end half of this field. Again, still Camden Gruber in second, Michael LeMain in third. That's about a 5-second, almost 6-second lead for John Hotz. And Greg, John Hotz is only getting faster.
Yeah, although he did not reset fast lap this last time by, previous lap he had where he dropped it down to a 127.3. Still about 0.3 off where he was. But now, Brian, let's go to this battle for 7th with Odrick and Lindenthal now
Greg,
side by side.
We may have a little bit of contact there. Jared Ulrich goes off to driver's left through the little escape route there. A little bit of spin. I'm not sure if he did that on his own getting in to the hop, but him and Michael Cohen were nose to tail going in there, and then you got Benjamin Pollock. So now Cohen, Pollock, and then Lindenthal is back by about 5 or 6 car lengths, but Jared Ulrich now able to continue. We'll have to wait and see the call, but Jared Ulrich goes driver's left into a spin going into turn 1.
Yeah, and it looked from here that he probably had some contact there with the driver that went through. Haven't heard word yet from race control, but from our view, and you saw it here on camera, that's what it looked like as John Hotz now makes his way out of turn number 10, and we're still waiting for Gruber and LeMaina to come through, as there's still about 2-3 car lengths between our second and third runners. But John Hotz, who just crosses the stripe, 3 laps remaining here, as he has now opened up almost more than a 6.5-second advantage on Camden Gruber. So a good run there. Thomas Paulino now is starting to make his way through some slower traffic. He is now about 20 car lengths out of that battle for second.
Yeah, now we go across the start-finish line. Well, let's drop back a little bit here with that Benjamin Pollock, Michael Cohen, James Lindenthal. Now Pollock's going to get back around Cohen, where Cohen was leading Pollock on the last lap by. Now Benjamin Pollock in that 48 machine, he goes ahead and starts to pull away a little bit, Greg, by about a car length and a half going through turns 1 and turns 2. So as the fuel starts to burn off, maybe a little unsettling there in some of these race cars.
Yeah, and we saw where Cohen took a little peek to the inside going in the 1 that time by Brian, but he decided rather early not to attempt the pass, and I think a lot of that is because he had Lindenthal in that greenish number 18 right behind him, ready to make a run down the inside, as we just had Jared Odrick make a run down the pit lane, took a look at the car. I see some tire marks on the right-hand side of that car. but they may be left over from VIR.
Yes.
As he had he took his car.
I think everybody took their car to a
airborne.
different aspect. I was not there on that Sunday, but
yeah, he went down in the left hook at VIR. That 90-degree slowish left-hander came down the inside and ended up going over the top of another car. So those tire marks might be left over from a few weeks ago. Nice little battle here. Actually, as we've had, we're just taking a look at the number 10 making a pass on the 112 a little bit further back from there. And here is that battle, Brian, right now. The 54 machine, Michael Cohen and James Lindenthal now side by side as they come down into turn number 1, and directly behind them, it's Michael Cohen and Tom Buskey. Buskey, who started off the race in 21st position, Brian, now finds himself in 10th, as we've got a car that looks like went through the dirt on the outside of 1.
That's actually the 48 of Benjamin Pollock. So Pollock had a lead over Cohen and Lindenthal, and now he went two tires off at turns 1 and turn 2. So now Cohen and Lindenthal are going to go a little bit ahead of him. I'm going to drop back and talk about real quick. So you had Sean LaMena and Brad Williams. Last time by, you had Buskey and Williams. They were ahead of Sean LaMena. Give Sean LaMena back up another spot. That's going to put her in 11th. She was able to get around the 171, I believe, there of Brad Williams. Here comes John Hotz. He's going to cross the start-finish line. He's going to have 1 to go as he heads down into turn 1. But, Greg, the other battle on the racetrack here is between 2nd and 3rd, between Camden Gruber and Michael LaMena. They've been sitting there pretty much all race long. Michael led Camden. Now Michael's trying to figure out where he's going to pass Camden.
Yeah.
Trying to get Camden to make a mistake. I got news for him. He's not going to get Camden to make a mistake.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to. He hasn't made a mistake yet. So we'll see here as we are working that last lap. And here's that battle once again. The 54, the 18, and then right behind them. Who is that, Brian? That is the 48 of Pollock once again. And they're now, for a moment, 3 wide, going down into turn number 1. And I think we just saw the 18 of Lindenthal jump back to the lead in that little group, which would be the battle for 7th.
Yeah, and they were coming up on the 112 there, Monica Stevens, so they had to figure out what they were going to do and do it quickly. Now Lindenthal is going to get ahead of Cohen and Pollock, but that's actually going to bring in Tom Buskey, Sean LaMena, and Brad Williams. So that's going to be a good finish. Also, real quick for our 2nd and 3rd place, going through turns 3 and a turn 4, and you probably saw it on your camera, they were side by side, going through 3 down the chute into 4. We'll have to see how that works out with Gruber. Here comes our overall leader now, John Hotz. He's coming out of turn 10. He's going to take the checker flag. John Hotz going to pick up this sprint win. Here comes Michael LaMena. Here comes Camden Gruber. It looks like Gruber's going to be able to hold him off. As I said, they were side by side last time by. That's 2nd and 3rd. Give Thomas Polino 4th position as he comes through the start-finish line. Then it looks like it's going to be Kip Gaynor. That looks like that's going to be your top 5. Then Glenn Evans is going to sit in 6th, Greg. Let's pick up that 7th battle as here they come out of turn 10 now. Lindenthal opening up by about 4 or 5 car lengths over Michael Cohen and Benjamin Pollock. But now Tom Buskey, Sean LaMena, they're going to come down to the start-finish line. That race got a lot closer at the end there, Greg.
It did there as we had 5 cars all battling it out for 7th position. As you mentioned, Lindenthal, then Cohen, then Pollock, Tom Buskey, who started 20th, finishing 10th, Sean LaMena. So running down, we'll give you the top 15 here. It's John Hotz, Cam Gruber, Mike LaMena, Tom Paolino, Kip Gaynor. That's your top 5. Glenn Evans finishing 6th. We didn't talk much about Evans. He had a pretty quiet race there in a nice little pocket in 6th. Everything was happening directly behind him with Lindenthal, Cohen, Pollock, Buskey, your top 10. Then Sean LaMena, Brad Williams, who's no longer G Money Williams or G8 Williams or whatever.
They finally got his name
right. They got it fixed up. Robert Cahall, who had taken his car back to the paddock when we went to the Black Flag conditions. He brought the car back. He got it on grid. He finishes 13th. Matt Kopchak in the 70 machine. He finishes 14th. And David 11 ran his fastest lap of the race on the last lap. He finishes in 15th position. All right, so Brian, let's do this. We've got a couple of minutes before our last group before lunch. That is our IT group. But before we take that break, I want to tell you about another one of the great partners that is bringing you the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series this season here at Summit Point, and that is RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
All right, so we're going to be back here in just a few moments. We've got our last group before lunch. It's going to be our improved touring classes, B-Spec, as well as our guests from the United States Touring Car Championship. They will be back next. You are listening to and watching the April MARRS here at Summit Point Racing, presented by OG Racing, and we'll be right back.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive.
And we're back here at Summit Point Raceway for our third and final race of the morning, our improved touring and USTCC and B-Spec group. Brian, let's run down the starting order.
All right, starting in 33rd, this is a B-Spec machine. The number 24 from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, that's James Kohler. Starting 32nd, another B-Spec machine. That is the number 6 from Lebanon, Pennsylvania, of Don Hagler. Starting in 31st, from Arlington, Virginia, this is an ITA machine, the number 5 of Ben Seelig. Starting in 30th, this is one of the USTCC, and the number 66 from Glen Mills, Pennsylvania, that's Andrew Connor. Starting in 29th, from Inwood, Virginia, in an ITA machine, the number 169 of Scott Nicholson Jr. Starting in 28th, an ITS machine, the number 61 from Woodbine, Maryland, that's John Legg. Starting in 27th, in his B-Spec machine from Leesburg, Virginia, that's Garrett Bowser. Starting in 26th, then another B-Spec machine, the number 19 from Perrysburg, Ohio, of Trenton Kramer. Starting in 25th, in his ITB, the number 80 from Laurel, Maryland, that's Windsor Fuhrer. Starting 24th, from Shippensburg, Pennsylvania, the number 16 in an ITB machine, that's Matt Small. Starting in 23rd, from Darnestown, Maryland, in another ITB machine, the 02 of Jonathan Kinberg. Starting in 22nd, the number 3 from Ranson, West Virginia, that's Matty Vicola. Starting 21st, from Frederick, Maryland, the number 69 of Scott Holman. Starting 20th, and on your pole in ITB, from Leesburg, Virginia, that's the 103 of Alex Radcliffe. Starting in 19th, in ITA, the number 117 from Bristow, Virginia, that's Derek Richlick. Starting in 18th position in another ITA machine from Hampstead, Maryland, the number 100 is Justin Shepard. Starting in 17th position, this is an ITS machine, the number 88 from Mauritown, Virginia, that's Anthony Pacelli. Starting in 16th, in your pole in B-Spec from Davidsburg, Michigan, the number 27 of Frank Schwartz. Starting 15th in an ITA machine, the number 59 from Medford, New Jersey, Peter Doan. Starting 14th from Gainesville, Virginia, another ITA machine, the number 1 of Daniel Freeman. Starting in 13th from Richmond, Virginia, the number 41 of David Lanning. Starting in the 12th position from Alexandria, Virginia, the number 97 of Barry Brown. Starting 11th from Walkersville, Maryland, the 78 of Philip Rule. Starting in 10th from Washington, D.C., the 07 of Matt Littleton. Starting in 9th position from Winchester, Virginia, the 7 of Chuck DeHaven. Starting 8th position from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, the 31 of Joel Gambino. And I believe we got a green flag, so I'll run down the top 7 here in just a few minutes. All
right, and jumping out to a very early start, our pole sitter, Coyote Black in the USTCC, Porsche Cayman, Camden Gruber, who just jumped out of the Spec Miata in his ITS Mazda MX-5. He is side by side, actually has a bit of an advantage there in that bright red 05 machine over Ed York. Great to see Ed York in the 56 machine back here and running in the orange and black BMW. And he is side by side with Jeff Lucas right now, Brian, for the lead in ITS as they go down into turn 1. Ed York, many-time ITS champion here. Jeff Lucas, many-time ITS champion, as they go down into the carousel side by side with a minute advantage over Steve Muller's Miata and Mark Liller's ITS Mazda MX-5 as well.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's going to be a great battle here, especially with all these ITA, ITB, ITC, and ITS machines. It is pretty much even there. And again, I know we didn't get to the top 7, but we'll run those down here as we just talked about a bunch of them. Camden Gruber, as you just mentioned, coming out of that Spec Miata into that ITS 05 at RP Performance machine Miata there in this race as well.
All right, Brian, as they are now making their way underneath the bridge and through turn number 10, again, jumping out to that early lead, Coyote Black in the USTCC class. But Camden Gruber in his Mazda MX-5, he is our ITS leader at the moment. He has opened up a heck of an advantage right now over Ed York and Jeff Lucas. He's starting to chase that Porsche down as Ed York now coming down under braking into turn one. The black and orange E30 BMW opens up about a 6-car length advantage over Jeff Lucas, Steve Muller, and now Chuck Bucheski in his yellow Datsun 240Z. They were side by side, Brian, under braking. That is the battle for fourth in ITS, and directly behind them is Steve Muller. Our ITA leader is Joel Gambino in his Mazda Miata, the blue number 31 machine. He has now, he's got actually 3 cars between he and David Lanning running second in that class.
Tell you, somebody who didn't get a really good qualifying effort this morning, I think, and that was Jonathan Legg in that 61. He's having to go through some of these B-Specs. I just saw him up next to Frank Schwartz, so he's trying to work his way back up through the field in that ITS. Let's see, what is he in that ITS?
Muller?
Wow, yeah, no, in that Datsun 240Z.
240Z, yes.
I knew it was a Datsun. I wasn't sure which one it was, but he's starting to work through there. Here comes our overall leader in Coyote Black. Camden Gruber still right there with him. So, again, certain parts of the section, Coyote is able to pull away from Camden in that USTCC Porsche Cayman S. But then Gruber's able to get a little bit closer during.
Yeah, it's pretty clear
part.
that Gruber's making up some ground down at the bottom half of the course, loses it on the long front straight here to the much more powerful Cayman here. Great fight though going on as we're taking a look right now. Chuck Bucheski coming down into turn one with a number of cars right behind him. He's got Steve Muller in his Mazda Miata right behind him, and then Joel Gambino, our ITA leader. He's mixed in with a pack, Brian. He's right in the middle of 4 ITS cars. There as they went down into turn number one, and then David Lanning and Chuck DeHaven, ITA and ITS, towards the back of that pack as well. A little bit further back in the field now, and they're just now coming out of turn 2, heading up towards turn number 3, and that is an ITB where we've got it is currently, I believe, let me take a look and see if this is still, now it is Scotty Holman, who after Alex Ratcliffe had led the very first lap, it is Holman in the bright yellow Mazda Protege. He's got the red 103 Mini Cooper of Ratcliffe directly behind him. Matty Vicolo only a couple car lengths back from there. And I think the Mini that Ratcliffe is driving, the 103 car, is the B-Spec Mini that Rich Roman ran at the Majors race here a few weeks ago.
Yeah, getting that out here, running that in there. One of the things I want to talk about real quick, though, is that I just saw Ben Seelig in that number 5 Miata racing up with the 97 of Barry Brown.
All right, and Brian, I'm getting word that we've got a car off at turn 1, and I believe, trying to get the number, but I believe it is the 61 machine.
That's John Legg.
That's John Legg, and we are going to a full course caution here at Summit Point, as we do have emergency services team. And actually, Brian, we are going to a red flag condition. So our drivers are going to be slowly, hopefully cautiously, bringing their cars to a complete stop. And you can see there at turn 1, we had about, 15 cars all in a row going into turn number 1.
And I think and so they're just trying to get to a certain spot. We have some people that just aren't able to get slowed down there. So again, good position to be able to move a little bit further. I'm not sure where the 61 is.
The word is, Brian, that he's off over by turn 8. He's not in our view. I believe he's actually, we'll take a look if he's there right towards the apex of 8. And we do, and the word is now that the car is actually towards the beginning of the pit lane, Brian. So they're dispatching vehicles out of our pit.
Oh, there it is,
area.
Greg. If you look in your cameras there in turn 10, so it looks like there is a fire in that machine at the entrance of turn 10. You can see just off to the left here from the tower, but if you look in the camera just to the far left there, we've got some issues there going on. So it looks like they're going to be able to get that, hopefully get that put out pretty quickly.
And we've got, as you can see there, I think in our cameras, we've got teams on the scene already. All right, so real quick, Brian, as we are under,
Let me just give you a quick update. I am hearing that the driver is out of the car and walking around, so that is a good sign. So he is completely out of that car.
Exactly. All right, so as they're running down and taking a look at that, we'll give you just quickly a breakdown here. Top 5, Coyote Black, who leads USTCC, Camden Gruber, running second overall, your leader in ITS, then Ed York, Jeff Lucas, Chuck Bucheski, all ITS drivers there. So Gruber leading ITS. Then if we move over and we'll take a look and break things down by class here, and I think actually most of our drivers are sitting down there turns 1 and 2. I mean, there was a line of about 15 or 16 cars when the red flag came out.
There was really nowhere to go. You had to keep going forward. If not, you would have caused even a bigger problem. So
exactly.
I will give kudos to those.
Yeah, they did a good job over there. All right, in ITA, your leader is Joel Gambino with David Lanning running in second. Dan Freeman currently sitting third with Peter Doan and Justin Shepard rounding out your top 5 in class. In B-Spec, Frank Schwartz, at the time of the last time the B-Spec drivers had crossed the start-finish line, Frank Schwartz in 2 laps had already opened up a 12-second advantage over Trenton Kramer with Garrett Bowser, James Kohler, Don Hager rounding out the top 5. In ITB, we were talking about this, where Scotty Holman was your leader with Alex Ratcliffe second, Matty Vickel third, John Kinberg fourth, Matt Small fifth. And in USTCC, we've already covered our overall leader, Coyote Black. Andrew Connor running second in his BMW 325. He was almost a half minute back at the time that they last crossed the start-finish line. Roger Maeda, who we saw a little bit earlier today in his Honda Prelude. We saw him out for the bracket racing, currently sitting third in class. And so we are under red flag conditions here. Brian, let me, actually, we don't have anybody to call because this was scheduled to be our last group before lunch anyhow. But we do have the clock stopped currently. Not only that, but all of our other cars are currently stopped on track. Next step will be to have a black flag to bring them into the pits, and they'll get them in order to send them all out. But you're seeing on your cameras right now just a number of cars under red flag conditions.
And one of the difficult things is that, glad to see that John is out of the car and it looks like they've got that stuff out. You can't bring the cars in pit lane just because that's where that incident is, and it's blocked there. You can't get these guys. So you have to sit on track. You have to get it, kind of sit where you're at. That's going to take some time to bring them in. I think once they bring them in, then they'll get them lined back up. They'll be where they need to be put, and then they'll go. But, Greg, as we talked about, I mean, great job by everybody down there. There must be 20 cars sitting down there, if not 15 cars. And there was really not where, you could really do. But it does look like our
all right.
Right now, it looks like pit lane is going to be open here momentarily. They're trying to get the fire truck out of the way, and then I think that at that point you'll probably see that that double yellow with the black flag and bring everybody in once they get that moved out of the way.
Exactly. So that would be the plan here. Again, you are watching and listening to the April MARRS at Summit Point Raceway, presented by OG Racing, with our special guest, the USTCC. We're out on track right now. I want to thank, of course, the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, the South Jersey region of the SCCA as well, that bring you the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series all weekend, not just all weekend, but all year long. And just to give you an idea, Brian, as we have a little bit of time here, our upcoming schedule of events, we are going to be here in just a few weeks, or we're not here, but we're going to be at Virginia International Raceway for the SARC MARRS Challenge. Actually, we'll have Dominic Mandiel joining us. I think, Brian, you've got some kart races. You're going to be in North Carolina.
I'm going to be at NC Car down there for that weekend, so I'm going to be racing down there as well. Hopefully, provided the rib protector comes in after last weekend
jostled
here.
Around a little bit on the Shenandoah circuit.
Yeah, so that's where I'm going to be. Pretty big race down there. Got pretty much Animal Nationals down there going to be running, so it's going to be fun to go down there and watch those guys and hopefully learn that track as well.
That's right, yeah. NC Car, the North Carolina Center for Automotive Research, as with a lot of the work that I do with the North Carolina region of the SCCA, a lot of time trials events held out there, and I believe they're also holding some autocrosses out there as well. But after VIR, we're going to be heading up north. Brian and I will bring you all the coverage from the Lightning Circuit at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Then we come back here, and, you can see the schedule there. The only event that is missing on there will be the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event at Pit Race, where we will not be bringing you coverage for that event, but certainly a full season on tap here for the MARRS Series, as again, we are under red flag conditions here at Summit Point Raceway. Hopefully we'll have the pit lane clear so that we can bring drivers down the pit lane. This, Brian, actually reminds me a bit of qualifying at Virginia International Raceway for the Super Tour a couple of weeks ago, where we had two GT cars get together coming out of the last corner at a hog pen, and both of them ended up in the right at the entrance to the pit lane. And there was by force of nature and force of a lot of horsepower, that pit lane was closed.
Yeah, and one of them was somebody that raced here a lot, Robert Corzin.
Yeah,
ended up on top of the guardrail. When I was down there helping you and Brian Belansky, with that, I saw Robert on Saturday, and I saw him talking to some of the stewards, and the problem was that they just couldn't keep the car running, or he would have been able to get back out there. So not only was he sitting on top of the guardrail, there, unfortunately in that rain, pretty much of a downpour, the whole weekend.
Yeah, it was pretty crummy weather. For most of the weekend.
Glad to see that everybody there was okay, and that those cars can be rebuilt. So.
All right, so we've still waiting, hopefully, for them to shuffle around some of that emergency services equipment. If you look at our Turn 10 camera, you can see where they are and how they responded. They actually rolled out of the pits towards the front straight and came, since we had all of the cars at rest on the side of the track, all the race cars. They were able to come counter race to respond to the incident a little bit more quickly over there. Hey, I want to thank. And I don't know if he's still going to be sitting and watching the grass grow or the red flag condition. Russ Lundberg, RGL Motorsports, who says he's been jumping back and forth between our Super Tour coverage on the SCCA's YouTube channel and our coverage here. So I want to thank Russ for chiming in, and hopefully everybody will continue to stay with us here, as hopefully, and Brian, we still got around almost 60 people online as we get ready to run. And Brian is, and I hesitate to bring it up on the stream, and I'm not going to, but Brian is showing me the current satellite views of the weather, and we've got quite a bit of weather just to our west. And one of the reasons we typically during the MARRS Series try to get 2 races in before lunch. We wanted to try and get a third race in so we could get as many races in dry weather as possible. Well, hopefully the rain will continue to hold off when we come back for our 4th race.
It's only fitting that I'm at the racetrack. It's going to rain. I mean, that's the way 2023 has gone. I think when you look at some of these cars over here, and you look off to our right out of turn 3, as you just talked about, Greg, it's getting pretty dark. I guarantee you've got the looks like that's the 0 car sitting over there, Chuck Busetsky, and then you've got Steve Moeller and everything. They're kind of looking out, going, "Hey guys, can we pick up the pace a little bit? It's gonna get wet out here."
Wet, exactly.
So
yeah, so we've got, and again, these are 15 laps or 30-minute races, whichever comes first. Since we led off this incident with the red flag and the clock has been stopped. We are at 25 minutes or 13 laps remaining. So there is still a long way to go in this IT race. Brian, let's do this. I hesitate to put a time on it. Actually, you know what? We'll stay here with coverage, I think, a little bit rather than go into break. And hopefully we'll have an update here soon enough. I have a feeling that once we get the pit lane cleared and once we get the John Leggs machine cleared away, we're going to be going back to racing fairly quickly.
Yeah, I mean, look, as a driver sitting here, out in the red flag, I've gone through this. You've probably gone through this.
Absolutely.
I think most of all these drivers have gone through this. One of the things that, and we teach this even in driver school, Greg, is if you do end up having a red flag during your session, and it is warm out there, right? I mean, it's not, it's not 90 degrees, but it is warm, and you have to come to that, complete controlled stop somewhere on the racetrack to get out of the way. One of the things that happens is, if you've already started the racing, the brakes get hot, the rotors, so you need to just let off the brake a little bit, and you can roll just a little bit, because if not, what happens is they start to warp a little bit under the heat that you have. Now that these cars have been sitting for, I'd probably say at least 10, maybe coming up on 15 minutes,
yeah.
Everything's starting to cool off. The tires are really starting to cool off. So, again, it becomes like it's you're starting the race over. And as a driver, and you're sitting there, your first, obviously your first thoughts are to say, hey, hopefully everything's okay. It's nothing serious. We can get back to racing. Then you have to put yourself in that mindset to say, okay, now I've got to go back to racing with everything that's cooled off. I got to restart everything. You basically go back from the very beginning. That's really what you're going to have to do as a driver. Your mental focus, this is very tough. And I talked about this when we were at VIR, even when it's in the rain and looking out over the window, we're going to get some rain.
Yeah.
It becomes mentally tough. It's like playing in, and I referred this a couple weeks ago as playing in the Masters. You've got to be 100% focused. Every shot there. But then, everything else as a driver, you've got to do it in every single turn. So I am seeing here, looking out our window to the left, Greg, down pit road, it does look like they have the 61 off the ground there and up on the flatbed. They're going to take that right back in. I know that car is parked down in turn 10. Start to move some of this emergency vehicles, so we should be able to get going back here relatively quickly. But again, the focus of a driver really, it's almost mentally exhausting, right? Half these now, and they go back, they're going to be drained. They're sitting in a car even more. So, it's going to take a lot of, focus to get back into racing.
Yeah, that is definitely the case. All right, Brian, real quick, while we have a couple of seconds here, I want to thank some of our partners and sponsors that are bringing you this weekend's coverage here from Summit Point Raceway. We're going to run down first of our title sponsor this weekend, and that is OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
All right, and so Brian, we've had a bit of an update while we played those two sponsor ads, and we've gone from and actually multiple updates. We've gone now to black flag conditions that they've been able to clear off the pit entrance, so we're going to bring all the race cars down the pit lane. But we also have some weather updates as well.
So we have some word coming across the radio that now we have some lightning within 15 miles of the racetrack. So we'll let them make that call as the updates happen. But again, when you start getting into a certain amount of area where lightning it is, becomes a little bit of a challenge globally and for the racing, right? So we'll see what happens. But getting some updates is about 15 miles away.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see what's going to happen here. Typically, when that lightning gets much closer, they typically will have to bring us down for I think 30 minutes. So we'll see here. I think as the lightning was still 15 miles away, I think it was just outside of that range. So hopefully we can get this race back underway. We'll see here. So just again to recap, as we're resetting the field, Coyote Black is your leader, and he leads United States Touring Car Championship class at the moment with Camden Gruber. Your ITS leader, second overall, Ed York, Jeff Lucas, Chuck Bucheski, your top 5. And if we break it down by class, as we mentioned in USTCC, it's Coyote Black, then Andrew Connor in his BMW, Roger Maeda in his Prelude third. In ITS, it's Gruber, it's York, it's Lucas, then Chuck Bucheski and Steve Moeller rounding out your top 5 in class. In ITA, it's Joel Gambino with David Lanning and Dan Freeman, all 3 drivers driving Mazda Miatas. In ITB, Scotty Holman in his Mazda Protege sedan, your leader, with Alex Ratcliffe in a Mini Cooper. Matty Vicola, third, with John Kinberg, Matt Small, rounding out your top 5. And then if we move over to B-Spec, Frank Schwartz in his Mini Cooper, your leader, with Trenton Kramer second, also in a Mini Cooper. And then Garrett Bowser in a Honda Fit third, with James Kohler and Don Hager fourth and fifth.
Yeah, it looks like we still got, again, with a 33 car field, you've got...
Yeah, they're still coming down the pit lane right now, and they've got them all in a single line.
Well, looks like we got David Lanning. It looks like they're going to try to pull some cars up. Some cars are going to pull up. I saw David Lanning this morning, and he's got different colors all over the place, rebuilding, putting the car back together. And I asked him, I said, "Are you doing the Partridge Family theme this weekend?" And he kind of.
The old Volkswagen Harlequin car. Yeah,
he kind of got a big chuckle out of that. So I didn't know if he was trying to emulate the Partridge Family bus, but there is different pieces. I will tell you that I was there last weekend over there. Brett did a great job letting me use their scales, and they were actually had David's car on the dyno, so I was able to see that paint scheme early on. No.
Is it paint, or is it the primer scheme?
Well, some's primer, some's just different color parts and pieces. So,
all right. So part of what we're going through right now, Brian, because we had that red flag, and when that happens, and we saw this as all the cars were barreling down into one, you can't expect them to come to a stop and necessarily keep the positions that they were in on track before the red flag came out. So we do have our pit workers right now trying to get these drivers into the correct order. And we do have some of the emergency services vehicles now starting to leave the scene where John Legg's machine, his Datsun, saw a little the flamey stuff. But they are now back in, and I think, and let's take a look, Brian. I think in the cameras there, I don't see any more of our emergency services or Summit Point maintenance teams. They had been there trying to wash down and get some of the fire retardant from the extinguishers off the track surface. But wow, it's getting pretty ominous behind us here. As a matter of fact, you can probably see it in the cameras now. If you specifically, if you look at that turn 8 camera, it's looking pretty darn dark down there.
Yeah, that, and you've got the turn 5 that's coming in, going through. But I think the rain is going to wash off what they had down there.
Yeah, exactly.
Momentarily, I will tell you that looking at the radar and pulling it up even on my computer in here, doesn't look like it's real heavy winds. That's why it's taking a long time to get here to do that. But if you've got stuff out there in the paddock, I would button down now, get that done. So if you're sitting out there, again, from what I can see, and that's part of the weather geek that I am, you see that, you may want to start batting down some what you have there in the in the paddock area. I know my truck's going to get a bath along with everything else, get all this pollen off. We've had some pretty serious pollen up here, but
yes,
waiting to see what we're going to do with these cars here, Greg, to see whether or not they're going to send them back out. They're lining them up right now.
Yep, and so hopefully we will be able to get things back underway. Again, we are still under red flag conditions technically here. So the clock had stopped about just a little bit less than 5 minutes into the 30-minute timer, but only 2 laps completed. So we've got 13 laps, or about 25 minutes remaining, whichever comes first. When they cross the stripe, that clock will restart, and we'll take the action from there. Again, this is scheduled to be our last race, Brian, before we go to lunch. So we will have 5 more races when we come back. First up is going to be, and actually our first 2 races, always look forward to them, is going to be SSM, which is I think 46 or 47 cars, all identically prepared in the group, and then the Spec Racer Fords will go out directly afterwards, followed by our big bore and small bore groups, and we're going to round out the day with our open wheel racers. But a lot of racing left to come here at Summit Point Raceway.
Yeah, and I'm also being told here, just getting a message, is that, and what we had just talked about it, with the Lightning being 15, if it gets within 6 miles, we have to go down for a minimum of 30 minutes until that last strike goes away. So we'll have to see. And again, that's actually coming from the racetrack. That is my my tech. So each strike that's within that time frame adds another 30 minutes, right? So I think there's some discussions going on down here, but again, that is from the racetrack. The message that I'm getting is that if Lightning is within 6 miles of the racetrack, you go to a 30-minute hold. Each strike then resets the 30 minutes.
Yep,
so
absolutely.
Just want to confirm that with everybody so everybody knows. But like I said, if you're down there, and again with lightning coming right now, with this thunderstorm coming, you may want to batten down what you have right there and start thinking about some safety if you don't have it out there. But looks like we are going to get ready to go back out here, Greg.
So we do have one fire truck, Brian, that my understanding is it had to go to the pump house and actually refill with water to wash down and get rid of some of that fire retardant. So our cleanup here, it's not done yet.
Correct.
So we do still have a little bit of time. So we've got our corner workers doing a bit of a course check currently, and as soon as we get some word as to when we go back live, we will definitely let you know. And hopefully it will be soon. But obviously, we've got a lot of variables in play right now. And matter of fact, here we come. Here comes the fire truck now, Brian, out from the pump house. Down the front straight. You probably saw it there in the turn 1 camera. Lights are flashing, and so they're still going to be doing a little bit of work. And hopefully we'll be back to racing here momentarily.
Yeah. They get them in, get them set, and then hopefully we can get at least get this kind of rolling here, and to at least get some more laps in, just in case we get that lightning hole. But I got to tell you what, Greg, on a positive note, this is something positive out of all this. If for some reason we have lightning and it really starts to rain and you and I can't get out of this, we have our lunch.
That's right.
It is a tin full of birthday cookies that were made from Stephanie Lamena that I got yesterday. So we've got our lunch.
That is right. We could. I mean that could last us. I mean, at least until like 3 o'clock today, right?
Well, it's 5 minutes to 1. I don't see them lasting past 2 o'clock. If that's 2. The case. So.
All right. So Brian, the fire truck actually.
It's back.
Yep. Yeah, it's back and stationed up. So they were just getting it refilled in case we need it again. Hopefully we don't. But the pace car now is back up at the top of the pit lane, and it's going to lead the field out on track here in momentarily. And Brian, as we've talked about this new partnership between Summit Point Motorsports Park and Toyota, I know that Graham Taylor, our pace car driver, is just hoping for the time where Toyota will provide him, like a 93 or 94 Camry to use as a pace car. Something a little sporty. Something sporty like a 20-year-old Toyota Camry to replace the Pontiac that he's been driving for all these years on the around Summit Point.
Well, you got to look good coming underneath that Toyota bridge.
That's right. Yeah, I was like I said, a Camry, maybe a Tercel, something that would set the world afire. Actually, maybe that wasn't the right term to use.
You know what, Greg? I'm going to do something real quick before we get back that I haven't done here.
Turn
but
on
I
the
think
light.
one other time, I'm going to turn the light on so we can see in here because it is getting a little darker.
Yeah,
in
they
here.
actually do work, by the way. That's
Yes,
a
they
little
do.
surprising.
So-
All right, so yeah, we're getting ready here, and getting ready to see. Hopefully,
I can tell you the listeners
gonna
out there are
be-
probably hoping, man, we get back to racing instead of listening
Yeah.
to these two guys. But
yeah. Sorry, guys.
we're working it right now. Again, I'm gonna tell you we are looking. The pace lap now is starting here, Greg. They're start going out. It is going to be lap 3. So then hopefully we can get going. I will tell you this could end up being a race, Greg, that ends up with rain during the center of it. So let's just say this. If I'm looking off into turn 1, I look over here in the corner, down at the end of turn 1 and a little bit on the other side of the trees, you can see the discoloration that is coming. And somebody marked that down that I used that word in a proper sentence, is that it is raining somewhere over there.
Yes.
I can almost guarantee that over there on the other side of those trees out of turn 1, it is raining. May not be hard, but it is raining.
Yeah, now we're looking at the trees here on the front straight, and the winds have definitely picked up a little bit in the last 15 minutes or so. It does not appear as though it's blowing necessarily this way, so that weather pattern is still a little bit to the west of us here, but. It's definitely starting to close down on us. We'll have to see here as the entire field now is off the pit lane and behind the safety car for what will be a single file restart. Again, when we start racing, they will be on lap number 3. And with now that the clock is running once again, I'd put it at somewhere probably around 22 and about 22 and a half to 23 minutes remaining on the clock, and 12 laps remaining. All right, and another update here is we'll continue to let you know about lightning strikes because Brian and I we've got a lot of poles around here. Neither of us want to be the next Ben Franklin. We're getting underneath
I'm
the
getting
counter.
underneath the desk if it goes.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm getting word it's 10 miles out. So through my headset, through the radio. So we're going to keep a listening for that. So it looks like our pace car is lights out here. I believe, from what I'm hearing, coming up through turn 8 up the hill. So.
And if you're back further in the field, Brian, if you're an ITB driver, if you're a B-Spec driver, you are watching those corner stations because we still just had the tail end of the field come through turn number 5. You're going to be watching to see when those yellow flags come down because when we go green flag racing here at the start-finish line, we're green flag racing everywhere as the safety car is on the pit lane. And Coyote Black has the field, and green flag is in the air. And Brian taking advantage of torque and maybe a little bit of experience. We now have Ed York moving ahead of Camden Gruber and taking the lead in ITS with Chuck Bucheski side by side with Gruber coming into turn number 1, and it looks like. Jeff Lucas now in the 0-0 car. He's fallen all the way back to 5th after having been up in that battle originally with Ed York, and it is now Chuck Bucheski and Lucas side by side coming through 3. Directly behind them is our ITA leader, Joel Gambino, and Gambino, probably the luckiest man in road racing right now. He has 4 ITS cars between he and our second place runner in ITA, David Atlantic.
Yeah, going to be a big gap there, but I tell you what, you just talked about that. Ed York got that good start. As we look at our cameras here, our leader should be now going through the carousel, coming through turn 8. Camden Gruber right on the back bumper of Ed York, going into turn 3, down through the chute of the turn 4. So we'll have to see kind of what's going to happen there as they come out of turn 8. And now Camden Gruber is ahead of Ed York coming out of turn 10. Here comes Coyote Black out of turn 10 across the start-finish line. He's got his lights on. You can tell it's getting dark. A lot of guys starting to turn their lights on here on these machines, Greg.
All right, getting word on that restart, Brian. We had Matt Littleton and Steve Muller both ITS drivers getting together right behind Joel Gambino. They're both going to drop down to the field. Littleton falls all the way back to 8th overall, and it looks like Moeller brought his car back into, I think he brought his car onto the pit lane. We'll take a look here and see if he manages to rejoin. But a little bit further back in the field now, side by side, lots of racers trying to make up ground going down into turn number 1. And Brian, probably more than any time, I can really tell when they get into the brake lights here.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you can really see a nice glow in the brake lights there. And again, we've turned our lights on in here so that we can kind of see what we're doing. And now everybody that has the ability to turn their headlights on, turning their headlights on. That's how dark it is. It is almost really hard to pick up the cars as we see them coming out of turn 2. A couple of cars were still side by side, 2 wide, almost 3 wide going in there.
All right, here is our leaders now coming up the hill, coming out of turn 2. Oh, and Brian, I think we've got, I don't know if it's wind or if we just had a car go off of turn 1. It's actually wind now here, and you can actually see this at turn 1 as our camera is getting shaken around, but there is dust and dirt flying around everywhere here as it's getting pretty ominous here as coming down the front straight into that area at turn 1, Coyote Black, who has now opened up his advantage over new ITS leader Camden Gruber, who has gotten back around Ed York's BMW as they come down into turn number 1 right now, with Jeff Lucas sitting in 4th position. Then we've got Mark Liller in the 127 car, quite a bit distance back from there. And Coyote Black, our current leader, Brian, and we saw this or heard this during qualifying this morning, where that Porsche Cayman was running afoul of the 103 decibel limit that is set for any race car that races here at Summit Point. And he has now done that once again here during the race. So he's going to get a notice of that from our start stand in just a little bit. He's going to have to lift going down the front straight.
I tell you what, Greg, the wind has picked up so bad here. I'm looking at some of these flags out here. It is nothing but a headwind right now coming out of turn 10. It's going to change the handling of these race cars coming out of turn 10 down into turn 1, and then you get it kind of on the backside getting a push coming out of turn 2. So again, very dark here. The wind has picked up, as you talked about with all the wind down in turn 1. It looks like we may have one car going off into turn 5 through turn 6, able to get that collected, I think, or that may be the wind. But, we've definitely got some wind problems going in. But heading down into a headwind, that is very difficult, for these cars. Coyote Black now coming through turn 2 up into turn 3. Pretty big gap there. Camden Gruber, your ITS leader, he's just now coming out of turn 2. It's got to be a handle to handle these cars.
Wow, and I just watched Joel Gambino, and it's coming down into turn 1 right now on your cameras. Joel Gambino, our ITA leader, just outpowered Chuck Bucheski's 240Z on the front straight. Bucheski, who is currently running 4th in ITS now. We'll drop him back into 7th position. And just watching was Matt Littleton in the 07 BMW 325 was right behind him here. As we take a look a little bit further back in the field, ITB, your leader currently is still Scotty Holman. And we're going to try and track this down. These might be some of the easier cars to see on camera, Brian. We've got the bright yellow 4-door Mazda Protege we're going to try and pick up with Alex Ratcliffe's red number 103 Mini directly behind. And the last time I saw him go by, there was maybe a quarter of a car length separating them. So great little fight there in class.
Yeah, a lot of guys starting to pit, Greg. 117, Derek Richlick pulled off. I'm hearing the 106 or 103 maybe on pit lane. That may be the 103. I think that could be the that may be Alex Radcliffe pulling in.
Possibly,
I think that does look like, as that is.
There it is.
So, a lot of guys really kind of coming in here as this race starts to unfold. Again, the weather's starting to get a little windy out there. Now the wind has shifted, which...
And Brian, going to get ready, and we've just gotten word from Summit Point Raceway that we've had lightning within 6 miles of the track, and so the checkered flag is going to be displayed to our leader, Coyote Black, assuming he is still your leader, this next time by. And Brian, actually, that ITB battle, I don't think that was Alex Ratcliffe. I think that was one of our B-Spec minis, as we've got a car off at turn 1 that's gone to the pump house, maybe trying to weight down our camera at turn 1 as there is also rain in the air.
Yeah, I was going to say it is pouring down there in turns 1 and 2, and he's going to go back through the chute there and come all the way back around in. So it is very, very treacherous down in there. I think he got on the brakes and just kept going. Don't have a number for you, but again, really starting to rain right now.
All right, our leader, Coyote Black, comes out of turn number 10 and onto the front straight, and he will get the checkered flag. And so, Brian, I was talking about. I don't think it was the ITB Mini of Ratcliffe that we saw in the pit lane. I saw him go down the front straight ahead of Scotty Holman, so he's retaken the lead there in ITB. But so far, the only driver to take the checkered flag is Coyote Black. We've got the rest of the field coming through, and I'm taking a look. We've had a number of drivers drive off course. Looks like Camden Gruber now has crossed the line. He will take the win in ITS. Jeff Lucas moves up to second in ITS. Mark Liller will finish in third with Matt Littleton moving up around Chuck Bucheski. Littleton finishes fifth overall. And fourth in ITS, Bucheski will finish one position back from there. Joel Gambino will take the win in ITA, finishing seventh overall, with David Lanning finishing second. And then right after that would be Ben Seelig. We'll get through the rest of the field here as we've got rain absolutely pouring down here as the skies have just opened up here at Summit Point Raceway. And good job, Brian. Brian now is soaked as he just had to try and close the door to the back of the studio here. But the skies, you can see it now on our cameras. The skies have just absolutely opened up all the way around the circuit here. And we do have, and that is actually, I'm trying to see. That's not Camden Gruber is the 05.
That may be Ben Seelig down there in turn 1
in the gravel trap.
Yeah, that is going to be very, very difficult. As I said, this is at the point where this thing it just came in so hard it blew our door open. You can't really see, and there's just people sliding everywhere.
Yeah, we just had a car spin on the front straight, and that
looked Kinberg.
Yeah, I think that might have been John. And Kinberg's going to try and drive right across the front of a Mini as he tries to get the car. But we've got cars now all on slicks, and we already have quite a bit of standing water as we say that the skies really have opened up here.
I think the question is did I close my back window in the truck? I think I did.
I hope you did. All right, so, Brian, I think at this point now with the last couple cars crossing the stripe that are going to cross, let's go and run down. We'll break things down here by class.
We're going to have to do this quickly. We're being told we got to shut this down here with the lightning, so we're going to have to close this down.
Yeah, so let's do this. Coyote Black is your winner with Roger Maeda second, Andrew Connor a lap down in third. In ITS, it is Camden Gruber taking the win, Jeff Lucas second, Mark Liller with Littleton and Bucheski fourth and fifth that Ed York had pitted in when that last lap came by. In ITA, it is Gambino with the win, David Lanning, Daniel Freeman, your top three with Ben Seelig, who put it into the gravel trap after having crossed the line, finishing in fourth. Peter Doan finishing in fifth. In ITB, it's Alex Ratcliffe with Scotty Holman first and second. Matty Vicola will come home third. Then Carl Fossler and John Kinberg, and it was Fossler and Kinberg, the last two to cross the line. And then finally in B-Spec, taking the win in a very large B-Spec field here. We had 5 cars. Frank Schwartz with the win, Trenton Kramer, James Kohler, Garrett Bowser coming home and rounding out the top 5. All right, so I have just gotten word, Brian, assuming that we don't get any more lightning, that we are scheduled to be back right around, we'll have cars on course right around 2:10 p.m. This afternoon. That may change And if it does, we will definitely update you here at the track if we can. And more importantly, well, not more importantly, but as importantly, we'll update you on YouTube as well. But in the meantime, we're going to take a break for lunch and to dry ourselves out. Here, we are scheduled to have 5 races up after lunch. SSM will be next. And so you are watching the April very wet MARRS from Summit Point Motorsports Park, Summit Point Raceway, presented by OG Racing. I guarantee you they're not taking responsibility for the rain. But the April MARRS presented by OG Racing here at Summit Point Raceway. Brian?
I was going to say, if Merker's still here, we need his boat because it's flooding
yes.
down through here. Merker's still here. We want your boat.
Yeah, we want the boat.
Sorry.
But we'll be back scheduled at 2:10 p.m. This afternoon for more racing here from Summit Point Raceway. We'll see you then.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out evsr.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out evsr.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Attention in the paddock. Hopefully you can hear us. Don't know if the PA is actually turned back on at this point. But we've gotten some updates from Summit Point from race control because we did just have another lightning strike about 10 minutes ago within the 6-mile radius. At this point, the earliest that we are going to have cars on course would be 2:30 p.m. But again, I can't give you a start time here, and I'm not going to start calling cars to grid at this point because we don't have a definitive start time. Again, the earliest that we're going to have cars on course is at 2:30, and as soon as I know more and as soon as we know more,
of the
we'll
EVSR
definitely let
Sprint
you know.
Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out evsr.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out evsr.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
All right, and after a very long luncheon and an extended delay for lightning, we are back here at Summit Point Raceway for the kickoff of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing season, the April MARRS presented by OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, and next up is going to be SSM, Brian, and the 5-minute warning has been given on the grid. Let me do this before we get into it. Let me make a final call to the grid because we don't have anywhere near 42 cars on the grid yet, and they were just told just a few minutes ago that they needed to be up here for this race for a number of reasons. So let's make that call. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4. That's SSM. If you could please head to the grid. We just saw the 5-minute warning given. So I guess the stewards, they want to have you roll off at 2:55. So if you are in SSM and have not headed up to the grid, you need to do so now if your plan is to race this afternoon. So, Brian, with that, we've got a lot to talk about, but let's run down the starting grid here. And what we're actually going to do, we've got 42 starters. We're going to run down the top 30 here in the group, and I think we'll be able to get through that and then be able to talk a little bit about what's transpired in the last, I don't know, hour and a half. Yeah, something like that. So starting 30th today, out of Lidditz, Pennsylvania, driving the number 25 machine, it's Gary Schenk. Beth Evans, welcome back to Summit Point and the MARRS Series. Beth Evans out of Leesburg, Virginia, she's going to start 29th in the number 42 machine. Jordan Fearman from Wrightsville, Pennsylvania, Queen Barbie himself.
Let's go, Barbie.
Let's go, Barbie. Jordan Fearman starting 28th today. John Moyer is going to start 27th. He's out of Birdsboro, Pennsylvania. He's driving the number 113 machine. Robert Hayhern Jr. from Cliffwood, New Jersey, starts 26th. He's driving the 70 car. Jack Kellums out of Charlestown, West Virginia, driving the number 39 machine. He starts 25th. Starting 24th, driving the 46 car out of Weehawken, New Jersey, it's Isaac Jordan. Tavia Hearn out of Washington, D.C. is going to start 23rd in the number 7 car with John Maslin out of Ellicott City, starting 22nd, driving the 51. Arif Kazem, he's out of Silver Spring, Maryland. He starts 21st, driving the number 98 car. And Brooks Hunt out of Fairfax will start 20th, driving the 65. Vic Bruni, we saw him a little bit earlier today. Pardon me, Victor Bruni. We saw him earlier. He's out of Haymarket, Virginia. He was this morning. He's still out of Haymarket, Virginia. He's going to start 19th today, driving the number 92 car. Jay Bindrum's going to start 18th. He's driving the 88 car. He's from Nokesville. And Millersville, Maryland's Ben Sarley will start 17th, driving the 199. Jonathan Franklin, he's out of Frederick. He's going to start 16th in the 23 car with Ryan Harrison starting 15th. The Washington, D.C. resident is driving the 146. Jonathan Murchison's out of Sykesville, Maryland. He starts 14th, driving the 21 car. And Ryan Franklin out of Frederick starts 13th, driving the 37. Jameson Huffman's out of Herndon, Virginia. He starts 12th today, one of our rookies of the year for 2022. He's driving the 89 car. Benjamin Jones out of Midlothian, Virginia, starts 11th. He's in the 10 car. Frank Taberzi, he's from Washington, D.C., drives the 121 car, and he starts 10th. Starting 9th, David Biegert from Warrenton, Virginia. He starts 9th. He's driving the 1. Andy O'Brien will start 8th. He's from Winchester, Virginia, and is driving the 14 machine. David Weibel from Wallingford, Pennsylvania, starts 7th in the 18 car, with Scott O'Rourke from Baltimore starting 6th in the 32. John Hotz, our winner in SM earlier today. He is going to start 5th. He's out of Sparks Glencoe, Maryland, in the 63 car with Kevin Kopp in the 66 car. He's from Great Falls. He starts on the outside of row number 2 and 4th. Starting 3rd today from Dayton, Maryland, it's Ryan Maloney and your front row. Starting 2nd on the outside of row number 1 from Baltimore, Maryland, driving the 06 car, it's Nero O'Rourke. And your pole sitter today with a qualifying time of 128.397 from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, driving the 11 car, it's Rich Roman.
I tell you what, Greg, this is going to be one heck of a battle. We've talked about this over and over and over again, with these drivers. And again, having the rainstorm that we just had, now the sun is coming back up. You can see a little bit of steam coming off the racetrack. There's nothing like racing in the rain or racing with a wet track with a little bit of steam coming off the track. It's going to be interesting. I can almost guarantee, I'm not going to fully guarantee, these guys are going to go out on wets. There is a lot of damp, and there is some puddles over here.
There is.
Driver's right going down the front stretch. You get into driver's left on the entry into turn 1. There is a puddle there. I can see it from here on the left-hand side. We're going to see who's going to be in reins and who's going to see what's happening. I'm getting word now that Rich is not going out, but yet I just saw Rich pull up into the pole position.
Yes.
So I'm not sure if that's Rich or is that somebody else.
It's his stand-in.
Maybe it's Vanessa in the car. Maybe Vanessa's decided to drive.
Hey, now's as good a time as any with that car on the pole here. Although I doubt she would want to go out in the conditions here around the track. Hey, I'd like to apologize. First off, obviously for the extended downtime, but also as I put a note in the chat, we did lose our turn 8 camera here to the wet. We're going to do our best to get that back up and running for tomorrow's action. But want to apologize there that we are down to just, as you can see, turn 1, turn 5, and turn 10. But that is not going to stop Brian and I from giving you all the action here today, as we've got the pace car, still not a Toyota Camry, Brian, the pace car lined up at the top of the pit road with our splitter getting ready to send the field out on course.
Tell you what, as I'm looking down through the grid, Greg, and I don't have my binoculars open right now. I'm going to open them up before they get rolling. Looks like they're getting ready to, so maybe I'll see them. I am not seeing the 63 car.
Of Hots, yeah.
Of Hots on the grid, so we'll have to see. There goes Rich. It's the first couple cars, so I am not seeing the 63 of John Hots out on the grid, so not sure if there is a potential problem with that car or just decided to change. And now I'm getting word that Rich decided to change his mind. So that is like Rich. Rich will change his mind at the drop of a hat. So.
Yeah, indeed. And the white number 11 machine is he is right behind the pace car. And when I say right behind the pace car, he's about a half a car length back. At this point, you can see the field now, and now he's dropped back a little bit, but coming down into turn 1 as the rest of this 40-plus car field taking things a little bit more delicately, Brian, and trying to figure out where those puddles are and maybe where there is some grip.
So I got word earlier, right before this race, when we had the delay, I was on text messaging with one of these drivers, and that's Andy O'Brien. Andy O'Brien loves to race in the rain. There's no doubt. It looks like we're going to get 2 pace laps here, too, so we're going to have a little bit extra time. Andy O'Brien loves to race in the rain. And now Andy is out there. He told me he is ready for this. Here's the problem, Greg. He has a wedding that he needs to be to at 4:15. And I said, well, you're probably going to be late, and you're going to have to dress in your car on the way out to the wedding. Now, I know for a fact it's not his wedding.
I mean, I've seen Graham Rahal in a tuxedo, driver suit. Of course, that was also for like Steak Shack or something.
Yeah. So again, I'm thinking, Andy's going to get through this race. Here it is, 3:00. He's going to have to get out and get going, and then he is going to start going through there. So,
and Brian, we just had
we've got there's a couple of them. There's
a couple cars going around at turn 3, and I think that might have been the 129 of Angela Jago that just went around.
Well, we got the 72 over there as well,
and the 72 car now back underway. And as that was happening, turn 3 was actually calling in a report that there was some debris, a piece of metal on the track surface, and now it sounds like that it's right on the side of the track, and so they're trying to determine whether or not they can get it. And actually, the corner workers are saying that where it is right now, because it's now at the edge of the track, that it can probably stay where it is.
Well, it looks like the 72, as you were just talking about, and I believe that is the 72. I'm not seeing the 72 on the sheet here. That may have been the 72 of Jack Munchin. So
possibly that
may be Jack that kind of spun there in that blue car. He may have hit that.
Yeah, Jack Murchison in the 74. Actually, John Grayhor is listed as the 72 machine.
Okay, all right. So that's who it was that spun there in turn 3.
Yeah, John's out of Ashburn, Virginia. Yeah, so we'll see here. And there was another car just ahead, and again, I think it was the 129 that might have gone around, as we are now with our second pace lap.
Yeah, we're trying to get the last half of the field to bunch up there and go there. Gonna get harassed as well. That's why you don't have my phone number.
All right, so and now a good portion of the field here, Brian, and I think as we had those cars have issues navigating turn 3, under race pace at this point, trying to catch the rest of the field going down into turn 1.
Yeah, no, totally understand. And, we talked about Beth Evans' first time back here. She's now out in a race. She's going to start last, as well as John Hotz. So John Hotz has given up that 5th position to start in the back in order to get through this race is what it seems. So, again, different strategies. People don't want to go first race of the season. Got to take it easy. John has moved to the back, and
this is the equivalent. This is the iRacing start, Brian. That when you don't want to get caught up, especially during rookie races in iRacing, and you don't want to get caught up at turn 1. You start from the pit lane or you start from the back of the pack. And that's apparently what Beth Evans and John Hotz have decided to do. Of course, Beth, former karting champion, as well as driver in the Global MX5 Cup for a number of years as well.
Well, I spoke to her yesterday during the practice sessions and everything else, and I asked her, I said, just like riding a bike? And she's like, well, not necessarily.
Her husband's been riding the bike for the last 5 years, and she's just picked it up. So.
Yeah, and so again, to come back out here and run in the rain, and I know it's not raining now, but a wet track, so it's more of a. It can be a little bit. The hair will stand up on the back of your neck, no matter whether you're, male or female. So it can be a little bit.
There you go. And pace car now is on the pit lane, and our pole sitter, Rich Roman, has the field as our starter, Beth Burkhardt, looks the field over, coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight. And there you go. Green flag is in the air, and we now have a start, and we have a race with Rich Roman and Neil O'Rourke. And O'Rourke from the left lane, from driver's left, gets a little bit better start than Rich Roman, getting pushed forward by Kevin Kopp as well. We'll see how that plays out under braking, because there's a big puddle, Brian, going all the way down the braking zone, all the way driver's left as they come down into turn 1, and it is side by side, Roman and O'Rourke going through turn numbers 1 and 2 with Kopp, O'Brien, Taberzi, and O'Rourke directly behind. And as they come out of turn 1 and make their way to turn 3, Brian, it is our outside pole sitter, Neil O'Rourke, who has the lead.
I'll tell you what, it is O'Rourke, and it is Roman, and then Kopp. And I got to tell you what, that was some of the most brilliant driving I've seen to be wet down there. They actually were almost 3 wide. One car is going to go off in turn 3, get on the thing. That looks like that's going to be Brooks Hunt. He's going to hit the wet spot there and come all the way across the track. Thought he could get through the grass and try to catch back onto the racetrack. Did not happen. Hit the puddle there. He is now continuing up through turn 4. But I tell you what, Greg, that could have been pretty serious.
There was
because he hit that and stayed on the gas all the way through.
There was a large contingent of drivers right behind him as he had started angling towards the track surface, and somehow, thank you, wet weather gods, the car kind of changed direction almost immediately and started going back to drivers right, further away from the track surface.
Yep, nope, totally agree with you there. And I think that again, once they got in there was really not much more he could do with it. Just to keep it from coming back up onto the racetrack, but a great job by Brooks Hunt to get that car to continue. I guarantee he's going to be a little wet inside. But here comes your leaders out of turn 10, O'Rourke and Roman, and now Kopp. And Greg, we're not going 2 wide. We're going 3 wide down past the start-finish line. Let's see whether or not Kevin Kopp's going to get that run over Rich Roman and Scott O'Rourke.
Yeah, and now Roman moves a little bit driver's left to hold off O'Rourke. Kopp stays to the inside, but Roman down the center lane is able to get past both drivers. He now retakes the lead. Kevin Kopp moves into second. Then our outside pole sitter, Neil O'Rourke, he's going to drop into third with Andy O'Brien right back behind them. And it is not over yet, Brian, as they come out of turn 1, and we've got Roman and Kopp side by side.
Yeah, side by side going through turn 3. Again, Kopp's going to have the preferred line. I think Roman's going to have to get on the brake just a little bit more than what he wanted to. Kopp gets right rear up on the rumble strips there, but he starts to pull away from about 3 or 4 car lengths now over Rich Roman. That's your second place.
All right, here as the field is now starting to straighten out. But what I'm a little surprised here, Brian, and that we have so much side-by-side racing, and maybe it's because there is not a dry line at this point that we have all of these cars doing this. But we've got a car off in turn 3. I think that's the
0-4 of Adam Biotol. He is in the sand trap, but he's going to be able to get that thing going here right at the very end and get going the last couple cars. Beth Evans now getting by him. I'm wondering if Beth is on slick tires and may not have range because it's very, very timid. Now, we look out here, the start-finish line, though, Greg. It's not drying, right? But it is a little bit drier than what it was at the very beginning. And so you're seeing guys come down through the start-finish line. As here comes our leaders out of turn 10 right now. They're trying to hit that wet if they have reins on to keep them as cool as possible.
Exactly. Here is, and we see as Kopp is moving maybe a quarter of a car width off of drivers left to stay in that damp water, but also there's a little bit more grip for braking going down into turn 1 as you shift away from the traditional dry line. As our leaders now coming down into turn 1, and Kevin Kopp, he's going to spin the car going into turn number 1 directly in front of us, and he is not only going to lose the lead, he's going to drop right now all the way back into possibly 5th position, possibly further back from there, as we now have Neil O'Rourke in the white 06 get by, and a number of other drivers as well. So Kevin Kopp, just as I said, there's more grip where he was, Brian. He actually moved over back to driver's left and actually got into that probably the most polished down portion of the track as he now slots in, I think, just ahead of Jamison Huffman back in 7th.
Yeah, he's now going to make that pass in front of Scott O'Rourke and go back in there. So you're going to put him back to Kevin Kopp back into 7th place. He did make that pass going up the hill. John Hott starting, like I said, in the back of the field. He's going to work his way back all the way up in past to he may be even in the top 15 or 16 by the time this lap is over, Greg.
All right, here as we are now working lap number 3, and it is Rich Roman, your leader, with Andy O'Brien, Ryan Maloney, your top 3. And Brian, again, Mike Collins giving us a little bit of info here, and I did not know this. He says Scott O'Rourke is actually driving Kenny Zollner's old SSM car, the old, I think, number 73 machine, and great to see him. Great to see that car. It's got a lot of history in the SCCA as we've got our leaders now, Brian.
Greg, let me just touch base here a little bit. As you talk about our leaders, it is completely changed there. Andy O'Brien, I talked about him in the opening. Roman just now coming past the start-finish line. A lot of mud on the right-hand side of that, and I did get word that I think he did go off.
Yeah.
Maybe down in turn 5 or turn 6, but Andy O'Brien leading.
Yeah, and it is Andy O'Brien and Ryan Maloney, and you saw them there coming out of turns 1 and 2 side by side, Brian, as they went in wheel to wheel, door to door, coming into turn 1. It is currently the 14 machine of O'Brien. He has gotten past Maloney going through turn number 3.
And now Maloney's going to get ahead of him because he got really loose up on the rumble strips. So now give Ryan Maloney the lead here. Sorry.
Yeah,
Greg.
and so Neil O'Rourke, who started off on the front row, he is now sitting back in 3rd position and is almost 15 car lengths back from our leaders. So big changes there on lap number 3, as Roman also having some issues. Roman falling back, as you mentioned, may have had an off-track moment there. Sitting in 4th, Kevin Kopp has now worked his way back up into 5th position, and that last time by, he was actually right on Roman's tail.
Well, there you go. Looks like, let's look at turn 5 again. That may be Rich Roman's car right there again. May have gone off in turn 5. We're going to have to see when we check our leaders when they come up turn 10. But that sure did look like the 11 going off again in turn 5. We'll wait to hear for the call, but that number looked like the number 11 there.
Yeah, exactly. As these drivers are trying to push the limits of adhesion going down in these corners. And here comes that call from turn 5, Brian. Let's see who it was. It was indeed
Rich Roman going off in turn 5 as Ryan Maloney opens up by about a second, almost 1.1 seconds over the 14 of Andy O'Brien. And then you've got to go back to another 3.5 seconds to Neil O'Rourke. Then another 3 seconds back to Kevin Kopp. Then sitting in 6th place, got to give it up to actually sitting in 5th place right now is Frank Taberzi in that 121 machine. Good run by Frank here coming up into this, I'm not going to say full wet. I'm going to say damp, very damp racetrack in certain spots. You can see some of the line, Greg, starting to dry out a little bit here. So, again, these guys are going to have to start searching around if they have rain tires on to get that wet.
All right, and if you're watching us on YouTube, you'll notice on our timing and scoring those purple marks by Kevin Kopp's name. He just turned in the fastest lap, Brian, and he was 0.3 faster than any of the cars in front of him, but more importantly, he was almost 1.2 seconds, nope, change that, 2.2 seconds faster than Neil O'Rourke, the driver just ahead of him in 3rd. So Kopp now is trying to make his way back up towards the front after having briefly led this race.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for him to come back and see what that gap is when they come up through turn 10 one more time, the next time we see them. But again, Kevin Kopp, the man on the move after spinning early on and leading this race. Here comes Ryan Maloney. Here comes Andy O'Brien. They're not going to get separated by too much. Here comes O'Rourke now, and here comes Kevin Kopp. Kopp is on a mission from after spinning, and you could see, Greg, Andy O'Brien and Ryan Maloney go all the way over driver's right to pick up that water. You can almost guarantee they're on range.
They're on, yeah, exactly. They're on wet weather tires and maybe not finding enough standing water around the rest of the track as they're trying to keep them cool. But you can see now coming down into turn 1, that dark gray number 66 machine of Kevin Kopp, he was closing things down.
Again.
Yeah, he was closing it down on the 06 of O'Rourke, the green car. But again, for the second time today, Kevin Kopp can't navigate turn 1, and he goes around.
Tell you what, he may be on some type of a intermediate tire in here. I'm not sure if the SSM guys run on intermediate. Mike may be able to jump in here and send you a message, since I won't allow him to have my phone number. He can probably tell you whether or not there is an intermediate. An SSM.
No, there isn't. They are using Toyo RA1s that, in whether they are shaved down for dries or they're full depth for wets, or maybe you can shave them down so that they are more of an intermediate tire. I mean, so certainly that's one of the advantages of the RA1s versus those molded slicks and wets that you have from the other guys.
Yeah, so it's hard to see, but that's the second spin for Kevin Kopp here, as Ryan Maloney and Andy O'Brien open up a 6-second lead last time by over Neil O'Rourke, then Kevin Kopp. Now you're going to drop Kevin Kopp even further, which should put Frank Taberzi up in that top 4 spot, Craig.
All right, Brian, real quick, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. That's race group number 5. Please start heading to the grid. SRF and SRF 3, please start heading to the grid.
Greg, as I look at our overall leaders, Andy O'Brien's going to try to go driver's right going into turn 1 over Ryan Maloney. We'll see whether or not that's going to be able to stick. As they come out of turn 2, come in behind the trees there. It does look like that is not going to work out. Give that lead back to Ryan Maloney here as they head up into turn 3. Andy O'Brien there right on his tail. And you got to go a ways back to Neil O'Rourke, almost 3 seconds back before you get there. And then an even bigger gap to the Frank Taberzi machine. That is sitting in 4th place.
All right, and so Mike Collins just gave me the full rundown here with the Toyo tires. And again, most of these drivers, they do shave them down. So the full tread of a Toyo will be 8/32 of an inch for the tread depth. For intermediates, you'll have them shaved down to 6/32. And he says by the time you get down to 4/32, it's basically the dry weather tire. That is the slick version of it, but they are all done via shaving or by driving them a heck of a lot.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you what, after 2 spins, Kevin Kopp dropped all the way back, almost in the 5th, 6th position. He just now went by Frank Taberzi going out of turn 2 up into turn 3. So now he is going to put him back up into the 4th position. We should see coming out. Here comes Ryan Maloney, and I am not seeing
all
Andy O'Brien.
Himself.
Well, yeah, so Andy O'Brien has fallen all the way back here as he crosses the start-finish line. So Ryan Maloney with a pretty good gap lead here.
Yeah, almost 6 seconds, Brian.
Yeah. So something must have happened to Andy O'Brien. And I know Ryan Maloney was having some overheating issues yesterday.
Right.
And even this morning they were checking the thermostat when I walked by there early this morning. So here comes Kevin Kopp past the start-finish line. He's going to be in 4th. Frank Taberzi is going to be in 5th, and then Jamison Huffman.
I was just going to say he's moved up now, Brian. I think a couple positions up to 6th.
Yeah, he's up to 6th, and then you've got a great battle between the 21 of Jonathan Munson and David Beigert along with Scott O'Rourke as they're going to go down into turn 1. They're going to be side by side by side. So you've got 3 rows of 2s coming through turns 1 and turn 2. Leading that, like I said, is going to be Frank Taberzi. He wants to check out and get out of that way.
Yeah, no joke there, Brian. And also in that group, John Franklin, Benjamin Jones, and Ryan Harrison in the 146 car. When they crossed the stripe, there was a gap between Murchison in the 21 machine and O'Rourke with Dave Biegert between of 56 thousandths of a second, and only 1/1000th separating O'Rourke and Biegert. So really tight, close running there, and that is now the battle for 7th as Huffman has now worked his way clear of them up into 6th.
Yeah, pretty good run for Jamison, able to get on top of that. Here comes Ryan Maloney here. He's going to have 5 laps to go. They just put a lap on Adam Violetal in that 0-4 machine. Here comes Andy O'Brien. And again, if they were on the rain tire, you can tell Andy O'Brien's tires may be going away because he is trying to search for some wet to try to cool those tires off.
Yeah, and we might add there are still some standing puddles, very small ones though, but the temperatures have dropped considerably here, Brian. We are now down. We were 70 degrees before the wet weather came. We are now down around 55. So thankfully, with the cloud cover and the cooler temperatures, that water is not evaporating nearly as quickly.
And there goes that battle for 5th position between DeBersey, Huffman, Murchison, David Biegert, and Jonathan Franklin. Again, all 4 of those cars really trying to get a good run off of turn 2 as they come out of it. It's going to be, again, DeBersey and Jamison Huffman there. But I tell you what, Jonathan Murchison in that 21 machine is starting to hang with them and starting to pull away a little bit over David Biegert and Jonathan Franklin in that 23 machine.
And at the tail end of that field, Brian, that whole huge group there, Ryan Harrison and Rich Roman, our pole sitter, who is currently sitting 13th, trying to pick his way through those cars. But when you're going 3 and 3.5 wide down into each corner there, kind of hard to do. Real quick, let me make another call to the grid for our next race. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 5. That's Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. I don't see many of you up there, but with only 3 laps to go, you might want to get a moving. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid.
Yeah, last lap by Ryan Maloney ran a 137, but the time before that, Greg, he ran a 133. So that's pretty much getting it here as the track is starting to dry out down the front stretch. So again, a lot of these guys starting to look for some wet weather areas, although I think it's starting to dry up. I don't think they're going to find too much of it anminore.
Yeah, and when we say Maloney was in the 33s, and this last lap, he was kind of back to the land of the mortal, where most of the drivers are in the 1 minute 37 second range, but that 133 is almost 4 seconds faster than anybody else has run here today.
Give a shout out again to Rich Roman, back up into 10th after having that off early on, your pole sitter. He's actually racing with Scott O'Rourke, Ben Jones, and John Hotz, along with, as you talked about earlier, Ryan Harrison. Frank DeBersey in that 5th position now, leading Jamison Huffman again. Jonathan Murchison still there. David Biegert just a little bit back, but as we talked about, Roman, Hotz, Ben Jones, and Ryan Harrison, they've caught that group. So that's going to be a big battle here with 3 laps to go, Greg.
All right, there you go. With 3 laps and things not tightening up here at the front is we've got almost Maloney with almost a 5-second advantage now over Andy O'Brien, and I guess most of it came in that one hero lap, Brian, that he turned in the 133. And you see a time like that and you wonder, well, did he skip the whole carousel or something? But I don't think that was the case there. But, this is a neat battle with DeBersey, Huffman, Murchison, Franklin, all the way back now from 5th position back into 10th with Roman, and they are just all bottled up there.
Well, the crazy thing here is if you look at timing and scoring here, and I'm looking at Race Monitor, your leader here, Ryan Maloney, just is going through turn 3 and turn 4. Here comes second place, Andy O'Brien. If you look on Race Monitor, it has Ryan Maloney dropping. So I don't know if his transponder has stopped working or
Yeah.
what, but he is definitely still out there, and he is running in the top spot and opened up a pretty good sized gap over Andy O'Brien. But I'm not, like I said, I don't know if the transponder stopped working.
That much like our camera, possibly.
He is maybe he can stop by there and pick it up and bring it to us. But Ryan Maloney is still out front in the lead.
Yeah, matter of fact, the call from race control, the 1-4 car, Andy O'Brien coming up the hill right now and coming underneath the bridge and over towards turn 10. He's going to be all by himself. And here he comes. And when he crosses the start-finish line, Brian, he will be getting that 1-to-go board all by himself. The dark blue, or
that's Ryan Maloney.
Yes.
So Ryan Maloney is still out there.
Right,
So I don't know if
exactly.
his transponder has stopped working because he has dropped all the way off the sheet right now. And now Andy O'Brien just now crossed the start-finish line. So Ryan Maloney is getting that.
Yes.
Getting that 1 to go, but he is still your leader right now.
And a big wiggle for Maloney going down into turn number 1. And as they came through, and we've got some slower traffic that they've just made their way around, but Neil O'Rourke in the 06 now, again, all by himself in second, Kevin Kopp in third. But Jamison Huffman in the 89 machine just got passed by Jonathan Murchison. This is the end of the battle for fourth.
Here they come right now. They're coming out of turn 10 right now. So here comes Frank DeBerzy. That's Rich Roman. That is Jamison Huffman, Murchison. So DeBerzy is going to fall all the way back
down,
to
ninth. And so Roman now, who was running in 10th, is up into 4th position as they come now down under braking. And there you go. So Huffman holding off Jonathan Murchison, who took a quick peek to the inside, Brian, with Franklin and John Hotz behind. And, let's to talk about this run, and it's great that Roman, our pole sitter, has made his way all the way back up to 4th. But John Hotz, who started at the tail end of a 40-car field, is now sitting in 8th position. So a great run for him here today.
Yeah, way to battle through the field. And again, you had a pretty wet track there at the beginning. Here comes Ryan Maloney, and he's going to take the checker flag now. Right now, picking up this win, followed by Andy O'Brien, who's going to have to get in that car and get out of here and get to that wedding.
That's right. It's better. Just don't even go to impound. Just
keep right on going.
Just keep driving. Exactly. All right. So let's run down the top 10 here. Brian, Ryan Maloney taking the win in the number 15 machine. Andy O'Brien coming in second. Neil O'Rourke. Kevin Kopp will finish in 4th. Rich Roman in 5th. Jamison Huffman in 6th. John Murchison in 7th with Jonathan Franklin in 8th. John Hotz works his way up to 9th. Frank DeBerzy will finish in 10th. And just outside the top 10, driving the number 1 car, is David Biegert.
Well, let's not give Jamison Huffman that lead, that position right now, because here comes John Hotz.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Huffman and then Frank DeBerzy.
Yeah, so Hotz now moves up to 6th position. Huffman in 7th, then DeBerzy, then Biegert, then Murchison, your top 10. Yeah, I started way too early there, Brian. I say it again, take away my announcer card. I don't deserve to have it, but there you go. So Maloney, O'Brien, O'Rourke, Kopp, Roman, Hotz, Huffman 6th, DeBerzy 7th, Dave Biegert 8th, Jonathan Murchison, John Franklin, Murchison rounding out the top 10. So if you like what you've seen here today, I mean, except for all the rain and the thunder and the lightning and stuff, and and if you like what you've heard, except me screwing up the finishes here, please go ahead and give us and it didn't start, wouldn't you know? Give us a big thumbs up there, and if you haven't already subscribed to the DC Regions YouTube page, go ahead and do that and click on that notification bell to find out when we go live next. But Brian, let's do this. Let's take before we take a break, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5. That's Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. This is your final call. Race group number 5, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. And so we're going to take a little break. And what we're going to do, Brian, we're going to thank one of our great partners and sponsors that brings you all the action here from Summit Point Motorsports Park, and that is Radial Tire Company.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the April MARRS presented by OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, coming up next is going to be Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Why don't we run down the starting order?
Sure. Starting in 18th, in the number 2 from Wayne, Pennsylvania, is Richard Herman. Starting in the 17th position from Frederick, Maryland, the number 50 of Melanie Meckel. Starting in 16th position from Annapolis, Maryland, the number 33 of Dave Trussell. Starting in 15th position from Vienna, Virginia, the 41 of Philip Ackley. Starting in the 14th position from Grand Island, Maryland, the 07 of Amy Gould. Starting in the 13th position from Frederick, Maryland, the 51 of Eric Prespicus. Starting in the 12th position from Westchester, Pennsylvania, the number 5 of Mike Kosu. Starting in the 11th position from Columbia, Maryland, the 14th of Kevin Silbert. Starting in the 10th position from Baltimore, Maryland, the 25, and we saw him earlier, Aaron Meisner. Starting in the 9th position from Annapolis, Maryland, the 7 of Keith Frazier. Starting in the 8th position from Gibson, Maryland, is the 09 of Matthew Polk, and I think that's supposed to be Gibson Island, Maryland.
Yes, I think so.
Starting in the 7th from Leonardtown, Maryland, the 13th, and we saw him earlier as well, Andrew Waldorf. Starting in 6th position from Littlestown, Pennsylvania, number 3 of J. Mark Wendling. Starting in the 5th position from Vienna, Virginia, the 71 of John Hall. Starting in the 4th position from Chesapeake, Virginia, the number 74 of Joe Blanks. Starting in the 3rd position from Washington, D.C., the number 30 of Mac Harrison. And starting on the front row in the 2nd position from Staunton, Virginia, the number 11 of Jisoo Kim. And on the pole, the time 120.621 from Boyd's, Maryland, the 55 of Sam Schechter.
All right, there you go. That is the starting order for today's sprint race in Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Now, Richard Herman, who's starting at 18th today, he is our sole racer, assuming he comes out to run. He's our sole racer in one of the Gen 2 Spec Racer Ford machines using the Iron Block 1.9 liter Ford Escort motor that had gone into the Spec Racers once Renault had pulled out of the United States back in the late 80s, and all of the other machines are running the much newer, much lighter 1.6 liters out of the Ford Focus. And with the wet weather here, Brian, this might be a bit of an equalizer for Herman. That he's still down quite a bit on power and maybe a little bit on torque as well, but that might actually prove to be an advantage as he's working here in the damp conditions.
Yeah, I think some of these, you're right. I think it could be a little bit of an equalizer. I think as the track is starting to dry up now, and again, we saw as we're getting the 1 minute here, one and go, from down on the grid and from across the call on the radio, I think these guys are going to be back to their dry, their slick tires, and I think that's going to change a little bit. But you're right. I think in some parts of the section, some parts of this racetrack, that could be a little equalizer for him because he's not going to have to really get out of it too much to get through there, and that's probably going to help him.
Yeah, we can see now on the front straight, Brian, there are a lot of areas where the dampness seems to have dissipated, and I don't want to say there is a dry line, but having 40-plus Miatas out just a few moments ago, I think went a long way, given that a lot of them were racing side by side, to evacuating a lot of the water, at least off the front straight. We can't see so well down at turn 1, but it looks as though maybe getting somewhat dry also, Brian, as we look over towards turn 10, leading on to the front straight. There is also, past the apex, quite a bit of track that doesn't have that damp sheen to it.
Yeah.
I guess we'll have to see as the race goes on who starts to push the issues through some of these corners and, again, tries to go in with a higher entry speed and see if it affects them. As we've got our last cars pulling off the pit lane now for our sole single pace lap here, and we do have the last car pulling onto the track now. Again, this is scheduled to be, as all of our races, well, I'm showing here, Brian, and we hadn't gotten word of this, but I'm going to go by what we have in timing and scoring, where we're showing this as being a 12-lap or 24-minute race. So I think in order to get to complete the day before the, I think, 5:30 cutoff today, they've gone and shortened the last races here this afternoon. And again, after this race, we'll have 3 more. Big bore, small bore, and our open wheel racers will round out the day. And then we'll do it all again tomorrow with our much longer feature races starting tomorrow morning. We will have our bracket race at 8:15. And then we'll have 2 warm-up sessions for our sprint racers. So we will likely have cars on course for our second race of the day, and the start of the MARRS races right around 9 a.m. or thereabouts.
Yeah, as our cars now are going through turn 5, getting ready to come through the carousel here, Greg, I was listening to what you were talking about some of these lines coming out of turn 10 and looking through binoculars down to turns 1 and 2. And again, I think some of them may be a little bit drier now because Kevin Kopp found all the wetness going in there a couple times into one. But I think that it is getting to be where the normal drive line is here.
Yes,
is starting to dry out. I think if you start to make moves and go side by side, as our cars are getting ready to come up underneath the Toyota bridge there. I think that is where it could be a little bit, a little bit of a concern, and you're going to have to tiptoe through there. So we'll have to see. As it looks like our pace car now should be coming up on pit road now. Here comes our front row.
And Sam Schechter now with the field. Jisoo Kim in the bright yellow Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 to his left as our starters are looking over the field, and green flag is now in the air, and we are underway here in Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 as the 55 machine of Sam Schechter, Brian, like he was shot out of a cannon, got almost a car length and a half on Jisoo Kim, and Mac Harrison now side by side with Kim. Harrison having started in third as they go into one.
Yeah, give that early lead to 55, Sam Schechter. He gets through. Now second place looks like it's going to be Mac Harrison as they come through turn 2. And again, Jisoo Kim, not used to the yellow, used to looking for the white car. But now Jisoo Kim in that yellow number 11 machine, he's up into third. And then throw back there into the 74. That's Joe Blanks. That's your top 4 as they head up into turn 3 and down the hill to turn 4 into turn 5.
Yeah, and as they came out of 2 heading towards 3, Matt Polk in the 09 machine out of Gibson Island. He's maybe already about 5 car lengths back from our top 4 drivers. Mark Wendling about 2 cars back from there. And then Aaron Meisner. Great to see Aaron back here in the series. A longtime racer with the DC region. Started off many years ago before I started racing in ITA. Did some prototype cars for a time, and has been in the Spec Racer Fords now for a past, 7 or 8 years or so. And so Aaron running in 7th position with Keith Frazier, Mike Koseth, and Kevin Silbert, your top 10.
Yeah, heading through turn 5 there. Again, unfortunately, we don't have our turn 8. I was going to say that's the wettest part of the racetrack is turn 8, but that's from earlier.
Yes.
Since it went out and just having to look at the camera there. As here comes our leaders past the start-finish line. Sam Schechter opening up by about a full, I'd say 7/10, almost a full second there, Greg, over Mac Harrison, Jisoo Kim as they head down into turn 1, and then Joe Blanks. Your front 4 starting to pull away, and then opening up to Matthew Polk in that 09 machine. Now Jisoo Kim trying to go drivers right into turn 1. Joe Blanks hits the traditional line there. We'll see whether or not Blanks is going to be able to get up next to him. Here they come. They're going to think about going side by side there into out of turn 2 up into turn 3, but give that spot back to Jisoo Kim. So Joe Blanks getting that traditional line. Jisoo Kim running a different line into turns 1 and 2. That may have held him up and allowed Blanks to get up side by side with him.
Yeah, I think Kim, much like we were talking before Kevin Kopp had his first spin in the last race, Kim stayed a little bit, maybe a half a car width to the inside in the hopes that maybe there was a little bit more grip there than all the way drivers left. And that really, it gave Blanks maybe the opportunity for a little bit of a run. But as they came out of 2, made their way to 3, Kim kept that yellow number 11 almost dead center of track, and it really forced Blanks to make a decision very early on. If he was going to stick the car all the way drivers left, stay to the inside, which would have been very difficult to make it through 3, or if he was just going to get back in line, and he decided early on to just get back behind Kim.
Yeah, and Jisoo Kim probably thought, hey, the center of the track is the driest. Let me try that.
Yeah.
And that, and again, Blanks just decided to go to that driver's left to go through and run that traditional line. Here they come across the start-finish line. Sam Schechter opening it up now a little bit, Greg. That's 1.5 seconds over Mac Harrison, then Jisoo Kim, and now Joe Blanks has fallen about three car lengths back from Kim for that last podium spot. Again, still early on, but the class of the field right now seems to be that 55 of Sam Schechter as they come out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3.
Yeah, and so that time Harrison as well as Kim stayed about two-thirds of a car width off of the edge of the track driver's left, and Kim just followed him right on through. But they are continuing to outpace Joe Blanks that last time by almost 0.3 of a second. But Sam Schechter, almost 0.7 faster than any of the cars back behind him, with the exception of Keith Frazier running in 5th. Frazier just ran the fastest lap of the race, and he was about 0.2 faster than our leader Schechter. But he's got to find a way to get past 3 more cars, even just to be sitting behind our leader Schechter.
And Keith Frazier getting that pull and that tug from Jisoo Kim and Joe Blanks.
Yes.
When they kind of just spread out a little bit, that allowed that air to open up and allowed Frazier to get that fastest lap.
Yeah, as Frazier put Matt Polk, and Polk, who had been sitting down in 5th, now finds himself in 6th with Wendling, Koseth, Silbert, and Aaron Meisner rounding out the top 10 as our leaders come out of turn 10 and onto the front straight. And it is again Sam Schechter We'll see if Frazier can improve upon that last
He
lap
does.
time. Yeah.
Well, the lap time is going to be a little bit slower, but he got around Joe Blank. So move Keith Frazier up into that 4th position as he starts to set his sights on Jisoo Kim in that 3rd position of that number 11 machine there. As they come out of turn 2, he is right on the back gearbox of Jisoo Kim coming out, and then a little bit in front is Mac Harrison, but Sam Schechter continues to open it up. It's now 1.8 seconds, Greg, as they come up into turn 3, head down the chute into turn 4 and turn 5. You'll see them in the cameras there. But again, Keith Frazier starting to make his move over Jisoo Kim.
All right, Brian, real quick, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. That's our big bore group. American Sedan, GT1, 2, and 3, GTA and GTX, ITE, ITR, Spec Corvette, SPO, STU, T1, T2, and T3. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 6, our big bore group. Please head to the grid.
Just waiting for our leaders now, Greg, to come out of turn 10, which should be Sam Schechter leading this group. And here he comes out of turn 10 now. Now you've got Mac Harrison, Jisoo Kim. Again, that battle between Keith Frazier and Joe Blanks is starting to heat up as they start to pull that snake a little bit, Greg, where Mac Harrison comes out and goes driver's right out of turn 10. That may hurt them as now Keith Frazier and Jisoo Kim, they're looking to make that move over Mac Harrison, headed down the front stretch and into turn 1. Looks like Mac Harrison and Jisoo Kim, they're going to be side by side. Keith Frazier trying to figure out where to go. Now throw in Joe Blanks. As Joe Blanks and Keith Frazier are side by side going through the center of turn 2, and now Mac Harrison, Jisoo Kim, they're side by side as they come up out of turn 2 and headed to turn 3. It looks like Jisoo Kim may have the advantage there over Mac Harrison, and he does give the position to Jisoo Kim in second place over Mac Harrison as they head down to turn 4.
Nice run there, and Kim came right across the nose of Harrison, just past the apex, didn't give him any room or any way to get back by. But Harrison, as he led that field out of turn 10 all the way to the inside, in a class like Spec Racer Ford where the draft does work so well, it allowed Kim and it allowed Frazier to carry more speed down the front straight, and Kim was able to pull right up alongside Harrison. Harrison had no way to open that corner back up, and Kim, to his credit, he didn't pull all the way over driver's left. He tried to pin Mac Harrison in as far to the inside as he could to really compromise his exit speed.
Yeah, coming out of turn 10 there, making that move just a little bit quickly to the right, but now Jisoo Kim has opened that up by about 4 or 5 car lengths over those two of Mac Harrison, Jisoo Kim, Keith Frazier, and now Joe Blanks. So Blanks and Frazier are going to start to work together to see whether or not they're going to be able to make that pass over Mac Harrison. I don't believe they're going to be able to get that done by the time they get down into 1. I think Frazier may be able to get by Mac Harrison as they're going to go side by side into turn 1, Greg. We'll see if that sticks. Joe Blanks is just going to sit back and watch to see what that happens there, and then he may be able to come up on driver's right and take that position, but it doesn't look like he's going to get that done. As they start to battle, Greg, one of the cars that you want to start looking at here into this group is the 09 of Matthew Polk. Matthew Polk is starting to
move
close
back up. Yeah.
into that group with Mac Harrison, Keith Frazier, and Joe Blank.
Yeah, exactly. As the cars ahead start to go side by side through some of these corners and really impact their exit speeds, that allows Polk now to pull right back up for what is essentially now a 4-car battle for the last step on the podium. As with Frazier and Blanks fighting, and Harrison fighting, it has really allowed Jisoo Kim just in the course of 1 lap to open up about 10 car lengths on that second pack.
Yeah, so first and second starting to pull away a little bit from that pack. That's going to come down to that who wants that last podium spot here. Again, the draft, as you talked about, and now as we talk about it, here comes Jisoo Kim, and now Keith Frazier is right on the back gearbox of Jisoo Kim as they come out of turn 10. And then you've got about another 6-7 car lengths back to the 30 of Mac Harrison and the 74 of Joe Blanks.
All right, here is Brian. Now we're about halfway through this race. Neat to see there because Jisoo Kim on the previous lap had opened up such a huge advantage over Fraser and Harrison and Blanks. And to see now Keith Fraser, who just set the fastest lap of the race, almost 1.2 seconds faster than Jisoo Kim. That blue and white number 7 right on the back, right on the gearbox of Jisoo Kim's yellow number 11. All right, Brian, so now that we are halfway through, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 6, our big bore group, American Sedan, GT1, 2, and 3, GTA and GTX, ITE, ITR, Spec Corvette, SPO, STU, Touring 1, 2, and 3. Race group number 6, big bore, please start heading to the grid.
Tell you what, Greg, these drivers are really starting to push the limit, especially coming out of turn 2 and heading up into turn 3. They're getting that right rear right into the rumble strips there, which is still very wet, and these cars are starting to slide a little bit going through there. So you've got to make sure that you continue that focus. Here comes our leader now, Sam Schechter, and now Keith Fraser is going to come out of turn 10, and he's going to get a good run and go side by side with Jisoo Kim. Greg, what that's going to do is that's going to allow at some point Mac Harrison and Joe Blanks, and as I said that, Joe Blanks decided he wants to go side by side. Through there. So again, Keith Fraser going to move him up into second place over Jisoo Kim. We'll see if he's able to make that stick coming out of turn 2. Looks like he's going to make that, as he's got about a car length lead now over Jisoo Kim. So move Keith Fraser up into that second position. Jisoo Kim back to third. Joe Blanks has moved up into fourth and moved Mac Harrison back to fifth.
Yeah, so move the 74 car up a position, move the 30 machine back down, and so Harrison, who at one point and at the start of this race was on running in second, now finds himself back in fifth position here in this race. And you said it, Brian, just as Jisoo Kim and Keith Fraser were going side by side down into turn 1, this would have been the best opportunity for Harrison and for Blanks to maybe close up on that battle for the last step on the podium. And instead, they went door to door, side by side, down into turn number 1 and did not and could not gain any ground, as that's how they went through turn 1 as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm sitting back here watching, coming out of turn 1 here just a moment ago. I was watching the 25, Aaron Meisner, the 2 of Richard Herman, and the 41 of Philip Ackley. They almost went 3 wide down into turn 1, as here comes our leaders now. And Greg, I tell you what, here comes Keith Fraser. He is right on the back gearbox of Sam Schechter. I'll get back to the Herman, Meisner, and Ackley here in a second, but Keith Fraser has really got that thing on a roll right now. Just ran the fastest lap of the race last time by 125.6, but him and Sam Schechter now, they're going to go battle. That's going to be for the lead.
Yeah, here we go. And I don't know what happened. I haven't heard anything over the radio that might have led to Sam Schechter falling into the grasp of Ken Fraser, other than the fact, Brian, that Fraser, that last time by, 1.8 seconds faster than our leader Schechter, turning it on when he needs to turn it on. And maybe Schechter, feeling a little complacent there, sitting in the lead, just didn't see it coming.
Absolutely. As they start to head down through turn 5, head through turn 6, coming through there, you can see that on that camera that Fraser's still on the back gearbox of Sam Schechter. I'm going to jump back real quick to the Meisner, Herman, and Ackley machines. That's 11th, 12th, and 13th. They're just now going into turn 2. And I tell you what, Greg, all 3 of those are nose to tail. So that's another battle going on. That's a 3-car battle. Again, 11th, 12th, and 13th, respectively.
That's right. And so Ackley, for the longest time, having raced baby grands here at Summit Point, and in the same race group as you, as a matter of fact, Brian, and
doing it today, too.
Yeah, he is right. He is running the baby grand in small bore. Oh, that'll be great to see. Is Phil is he is a sportsman, we'll say, and I know he loves his Corvettes, he loves his Porsches, and Phil has been racing here at Summit Point, I think, since the mid '80s. And so he's got a lot of time. But here, Brian, as we take a look at our leaders now coming out of turn 2, side by side, as Schechter keeps his car drivers left, coming out of turn 2, going into turn 3, he holds off the number 7 car of Fraser for the time being, as the next time they cross the line, whoever it may be, will have 2 laps remaining.
I tell you what, that was almost a defensive line there with Sam Schechter kind of going into the center of the racetrack. in order to hold off Keith Frazier, because Keith Frazier had the line. But when you put somebody in the center of the track, here comes the battle I was talking about. Now throw Richard Herman in that 11th, Phil Ackley in the 41 machine in 12th, and the 25 of Aaron Meisner. Going to drop him back to 13th. I talked about Phil Ackley. I do not see him on the sheet this morning. I do know that he was testing his baby grain yesterday, but I don't believe he is going to race.
All right. So, well, we'll know soon enough. 2 more races when he's scheduled. So we'll see if he brings that little thing out. And Brian, here we go. And it is no longer a 2-car fight for the lead. I'd call it now a 3-car fight, as Jisoo Kim, who has been, basically a rubber band today. He's been on track the whole time, but he has been on pace, off pace. Now side by side for the lead, going down into turn number 1. And our leader, I think that's Sam Schechter to driver's right. He holds off Keith Frazier for the moment, coming through 2.
Yeah, coming through turn 2, Greg. He's still holding that lead, but now Keith Frazier's going to get that line again. Sam Schechter's going to run the center of the racetrack there, which is not going to allow Keith Frazier to get the run up into the apex of turn 3. Has to take it a little wide, but that definitely is going to bring in Jisoo Kim. We'll look at our cameras here coming through turn 4 and see kind of what that is. They're going to be coming up on the number 50 machine, headed down through turn 5. There's Schechter going through now. That's the second car through the camera going through turn 6. He's going to get up underneath the 50 machine. I believe that's Melanie Meckel. Underneath there, so we'll see where the other ones are going to, come up on her, and we'll have to look when they come back up through turn 10 to see if they're able to get underneath.
All right, Brian, as our leaders are coming through turn 8, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6, Big Bore. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 6, Big Bore, your race is next.
And here we are getting the 1 to go, Sam Schechter. We'll see whether or not Keith Frazier is going to be able to pull up and get down there. Looks like Schechter's going to open it up by about another 3-4 car lengths there. 1.1 second lead going into turn 1. So whatever Sam was just laying back there, letting Frazier do, he was able to pull that away. And I think that may have been a product of getting under the 50 of Melanie Meckel in the right spot.
Yeah, exactly. As Schechter was almost 0.9 of a second faster than either Frazier or Jisoo Kim. Great battle, Brian, back behind them going down into turns 1 and 2. And that's Joe Blanks, Mac Harrison, Eric Prepsius that were 3 wide going down in the 1. Somehow they managed to all get through there in one piece.
I don't think Melanie held up Eric. I don't believe they're going to hold each other out.
That would probably be bad for the relationship, yes.
I don't think she was going to hold him up. Let's take a look back here a little bit further as we're waiting for our top guys to come out. Here comes Richard Herman in the number 2 machine. He's going to be 11th. Philip Ackley's opened up, dropped back a little bit more. I am not seeing Aaron Meisner, and now Amy Gold's going to be in 13th place. So evidently Meisner either pitted or...
As a matter of fact, I got where he did take the car back to the pits last time by Brian, as our leaders now coming out of turn number 10 onto the front straight. And we'll break, and there you go. Hands in the air, fist in the air. Sam Schechter taking the win. Keith Frazier will finish in second. Jisoo Kim will bring his car home in third. And side by side at the line, Eric Prepsius and Mac Harrison. Margin between the two as Prepsius takes fourth, 9/100ths of a second. Mac Harrison will finish in fifth. Then Joe Blanks, Matt Polk, and Polk and Wendling, Brian, also practically on top of one another coming across the line. The difference between 7th place Polk and 8th place Wendling, 3/100ths of a second. Then Kevin Silbert will come home 19 seconds back from there in 9th, and Mike Kosith, pretty darn close, about 3 car lengths back, finishes in 10th. All right, so that is our Spec Racer Ford race. And again, everybody, if you like what you see, please go ahead. And my button, again, isn't working. If you like what you see, go ahead, give us a thumbs up here on YouTube. Go ahead and hit the subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you can find out every time we go live. And so we're going to take another quick break here. And when we come back, it is going to be that Big Bore race. And but before we do that, let's tell you about another one of our great partners that brings you the MARRS series every week, and that is RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the April MARRS, presented by OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, and we've got the pace car.
David Glassman, once he got down towards the end of that straightaway, that was all she wrote. He just took off after that. So he's going to start to pull away in that Ligier. But David Sanders, good start. Charlie Abel's going to be second in that Spec Corvette machine. It looks like we're starting to get our cameras back.
Yes, we are.
Here they come, and we'll be able to pick them back up as they get ready to come out of turn 10. So quick little downtime. I think maybe it's David Glassman flipped his switch on his Ligier and it just
and powered everything back up for us.
That's it. So
exactly. So good things going on here, and hopefully we'll have everything else back up and running momentarily as he now makes his way down the front straight. Now David Sanders opening up on the rest of the Spec Corvette field. Charlie Abel in the number 39 machine directly behind. So a little bit about Spec Corvette now that we've got everybody back, and we're still trying to get some of our systems back up and running here, so you'll have to bear with us. But Spec Corvette, they're joining us here this weekend, Brian, and they are going to be running at a number of the events that we're covering this season. They are going to be They are going to be, and let me bring up the schedule here. Besides here at Summit Point, we're going to see them in May at Virginia International Raceway. We'll also see them at our New Jersey Motorsports Park Lightning event as well. And then for the majors in July at Thunderbolt. So it'll be great to see that. Now, this is a series that is specifically for C5 Corvettes. And they are basically any Corvette that has been manufactured from 97, to 2004. It is for the hatchback versions, not the coupes here, I believe. But actually, it does include the Z06s. And you can have either T2 racers from SCCA run in spec Corvette. But these are for LS6 engines, and I believe LS1s as well, and they're capped at about 380 horsepower.
Tell you what, Greg, I got a quick announcement real quick.
Okay. Do we need to hit the chimes?
Nah, I think we'll be okay.
Okay.
Ted Cahall, driver of the number 78 SM. Can you please meet down in the SOM in the classrooms? Ted Cahall in the number 78 Spec Miata. If you can please meet in the SOM room in the classroom.
All right, there you go here. And so, neat stuff here. They've got a spec front brake package from Willwood, but they need to use the OEM rear brakes on the car. They can run a maximum of, 18-inch wheels that have to be either 10 or 11 inches wide. Yeah, neat stuff. They have to run with the stock ECU in the car. So even though they can cap out at 380 horsepower, you're still dealing with the stock ECU tuning as well.
Right. Yep.
But neat stuff there. And David Sanders, currently your leader in that class, as David Glassman continues to run the table here. Now, in some of our other classes, T3, we've got Anthony Pacelli, we've got Clark Ostrom, Ben Phillips, Michael Wickman. Pacelli right now, he's already opened up about 11.5-second advantage on the rest of that field as wow. Just love the noise made from that GT2 Camaro of Mistack that as he just came down across the stripe as he passed the Corvette of Jeffrey Pascala from Aston, Pennsylvania in the spec Corvette.
Yeah, and I tell you what, we got Joseph Fagala there off on driver through the crossover over here.
Yes.
Out of his car and moving up. So it looks like he had an issue. But I tell you what, Andrew missed that. Good to see that car back out here. I know when we had the majors here and it was raining, he had a problem coming out of turn two.
Yeah.
So good to see that machine back up and ready to go. And he got a great run out of turn 10 to get past that Corvette coming out down the front stretch. Actually got on the brakes probably a little bit earlier. I don't think he was anticipating that good of a run.
No, I don't think so.
Where it stuck out of turn 10, and he just actually literally just took off down the front stretch.
Yeah, and so David Sanders, who leads our spec Corvettes, and I believe he's the old ringleader for the Northeast contingent for spec Corvette. It is a nationwide series. We mentioned he's out of Malvern, Pennsylvania, but he's been an SCCA member now for over 20 years, Brian, and he says he drag raced and autocrossed here and before he got his competition license, but he's been racing pretty much Corvettes for most of his life.
Well, I tell you what, he's also a big New Balance fan.
So, that's
right. He likes to wear his New Balances per Dominic Rizzo's, so that ought to be pretty good. Good thing he doesn't go look in my closet because that's all I own is New Balances. I love New Balances as well. So although I really hope that he's wearing a New Balance driving shoe and not his tennis shoes in the car. That's probably not the best thing to do. But
although if he's got a New Balance tracksuit, all the better. So Charlie Abel currently running second in class, and right now he's about 6.5 seconds back from Sanders. He's out of Frederick, Maryland. He is actually a master Corvette technician at Fitzgerald Chevrolet, and the only comment that he had other than that, as he gave us his bio, is he's hoping to beat the old guy in the yellow vet this weekend. so there's a recurring theme here between New Balance and
old guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you referring to me and
me
and him? Because that's all I wear. And by the way, I am as old as well. So
I'm close. I wear New Balance and Skechers, so I'm like one step worse. So there you go. All right, as we've got our overall leader right now. Now coming down the front straight here, David Glassman, who just put in a 1:23.1, and that's actually a little bit off the times that that our Spec Corvette leader David Sanders put down, almost two seconds slower. But I think a lot of that is it was actually traffic here as Glassman was trying to make his way around. But
yeah, we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to get around that. I believe that is the Dodge Neon of Alan Lesher. In that STU machine. He was able to get around him going through turn 3. That may have held him up, because I was just going to say David Sanders is really cutting into that lead of David Glassman. So, again, he may have hit some traffic coming through the carousel last time by.
All right, Brian, real quick, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 7. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT Pinto, SPU, Spec RX-7, STL, T4, and I don't think we have any T5 cars this weekend, but if we did, this would be their race group. Race group number 7. That's small bore. Please start heading to the grid. So we also have, Brian, a number of drivers that are the sole drivers in their class. Like Cord Kistart is our sole T1 driver. He is currently running 5th overall. Joseph Foley, as we mentioned, his GT1 Corvette, that beautiful C3 Corvette, unfortunately did not make it past lap number 1. You mentioned Andrew Mistak in his TA2 Camaro. He's out of Belmont, Ohio, and it indeed is great to see that car back out on track. And then Robert Hayshak, our sole SPO driver,
Tell you what, Greg, I'm going to drop back here just a little bit. Let's talk about T3. So we know we got Anthony Pacelli leading in T3 right now, but the battle on the racetrack really is between the 44 of Clark Osham and the 33 of Ben Phillips. Last time by, they were nose to tail going through turns 3 with Phillips trying to get past that 44 Clark Osham machine. We'll see whether or not that's going to happen coming through. And it looks like here they come out of turn 10. So we'll see how close this is going to be. Last time, like I said, out of turn 3 was really close, and it looks like now Ben Phillips is really going to get a good run out of turn 3. He's going to go drivers right here. I don't think he's going to have enough to get by the 44 machine going in there, but let's see who's going to outbrake who.
And they were on the brakes at almost the same time, Brian, and coming all the way down to the inside. We're going to have to see if he can carry speed, because that 33 machine turned in very early at turn number 1. But it looks like we got the over-under. I kind of saw it coming as the 44 of Ostrom gets back around Ben Phillips coming out of 2 going into 3.
Yeah, I think Ostrom was like, go ahead. You can go ahead and take that line. I know I'm going to do the over-under on you. So, go ahead and take that. I'm just going to relax, run my normal traditional line, and then we'll let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, so. And you probably saw it, everybody at home on the cameras there, as the 33 machine pulled up alongside under braking to the 44. He turned in, and you could just see from the trajectory that his car was going to push wide. It was going to push left past the apex, and that allowed the 44 to come right back underneath.
Yeah, pretty good run there. I thought maybe he may make it stick, but again, Phillips not able to do that. We'll see whether or not he gets another good run coming out of turn 10 this time by, and see whether or not he can get that run. Well, now he's going to be ahead of him. So now put Phillips ahead of Ostrom in that number in the 33 machine for T3. That's going to be second for T3. So drop Ostrom back to third.
And there was somebody, Jay. Actually, this is funny. Somebody's in the chat, and I think I know who it is listed as Jay Barbie now in the YouTube chat, wanting to know what the name of the driver. The announcement referred to as Queen Barbie, and that's Jordan Furman, which means Brian, we're probably going to have a video done about us here in the next couple of days. But Jordan made a neat little graphic on we saw it because we're boomers on Facebook today, but I'm sure it was probably on the gram or on TikTok too. Who knows? But there you go. Nothing but love and comedy for Jay Barbie, which seems like a little bit too much of a coincidence, Brian.
Yeah, no kidding. It looks like we may have had I'm listening to the call right now. We had a. Yeah. So it looks like we may have some maybe some debris there, but I saw David Glassman coming up through turn 3, basically get on the brakes and basically stop in the middle of the track. So we had looks like one of the Corvettes may have spun
around
and
a lot of mud.
Going, but yeah, a lot of mud and some water up there. So
yeah, we're gonna know. We're gonna know in just a moment, Brian, who's got the longer lap time. Most of the spec Corvettes are running anywhere between 120s and 129, so about a 10-second range here. But I think we're gonna see it was a silver Corvette.
I think it's this one coming through the start-finish line
that
right
would explain
now.
the mud, and that would
be
the 82 machine. That is Frank Delane. Currently running 6th in spec Corvette, as we see David Sanders now moving down. Actually, that's not Sanders. That is Dominic Rizzo coming underneath Mario Scaramouche. We'll see if that is a pass. Actually, I think, nope, I take that back. That was Sanders actually lapping the rest of the spec Corvette paddock, as we have another driver coming down the pit lane, Brian, and it is Andrew Mistack, the number 17 GT2 Chevy Camaro, and it looks like Mistack's day is done.
Yeah, so Greg, the mud in the water that we're talking about there, where the 82 Frank Derleen went into, he has kicked that up, and that is actually the entry into turn 3. So that is a very tough position right there.
All right, Brian, real quick, because the grid's looking a little light. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group with 3 laps remaining. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 7. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT Pinto, Legends cars, SPU, Spec RX-7, STL, T4, and maybe T5. Please start coming to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 7. This is your second call to the grid.
Yeah, and guys, Greg, the entry into turn 3 is definitely going to be altered the rest of this race between these. I'm going to look at these two BMWs between Ben Phillips and Clark Ostrom. They're going to come in there. They're going to get in there. You can see that they missed that, and now, as I say that, Phillips runs right into the center of it. So now it looks like the 44 is going to have a mud full. His windshield's going to have a little bit of mud on it as they go through there. But everybody is starting to move back to driver's left on entry. You're not able to get that wide run there because of the mud and the water that's been kicked up on the racetrack.
That's right. I know. So that is definitely going to be a challenge as drivers continue to go through there. But they won't have to deal with it much longer, Brian, because we've only got 2 laps remaining here. Things go awfully quick when you got an LMP3 car.
Yeah.
Coming around the course here. And I might add, as much as I said I love the sound of Mistack's TA2 car, that Lump 3 just has a growl to it that is just absolutely amazing here. As, again, we've got 2 laps remaining as our leader now comes out of turn number 10 onto the front straight. Which car does not look like the others, Brian? That is the Ligier of David Glassman, who is going to pass a couple of slower cars. Wow. He's right in the middle of that BMW battle, Brian, that we were talking about between Ben Phillips and Clark Ostrom. And Glassman took the car all the way driver's left. I don't know how he made it through.
Well, we got a standing yellow down in turn 1. So it looks like it's a red crimson car that is on the outside of driver in the sand trap down there. I'm not sure. I can't see a number. I'm not sure if that's Robert Hayshak or not, but that Ligier got in between the 2 BMWs and basically checked up, which allowed David Sanders to get right on that back bumper of that for the overall position. So they're battling as they come down into turn 5 right now. The Ligier is a little bit ahead of it, but now they are nose to tail.
More traffic.
And now we've got, looks like they have hit some water there on driver's right. For David Glassman. So now you've got not only David Glassman, but you got David Sanders, and now you've got Ben Phillips and Clark Ostrom. They're nose to tail in that T3 for second.
Yeah, and that's that battle for third in touring 3. So there is a lot on the line right there as our leaders, whether it be Glassman or whether it be Sanders, coming up the hill now and underneath the bridge and around turn number 10, Brian, and taking the overall win. It is going to be David Glassman, driver of the 08 GTX Ligier, finishing in second, and taking the win in spec Corvette is going to be David Sanders out of Malvern, Pennsylvania. And now coming out of turn 10, And across the line and taking home second in spec Corvette, Charlie Abel out of Middletown, Maryland. Cord Keystart, also in a Chevy Corvette, but this one a Touring 1 Corvette, will come home 4th overall. Jeff Pascola will come home 5th overall, 3rd in the spec Corvette. And then taking the win in Touring 3 is going to be Anthony Pacelli. And I'm just taking a look here in T3 because I am now showing, and I think, well, we'll see here. Ben Phillips now is showing Brian as finishing second in Touring 3. So he and Ostrom, but Michael Wickman, who had just a few laps ago been running second in T3, finishing 4th overall.
Yeah.
So, big thing there, that battle that we saw between Ostrom and Phillips going down into the carousel when our two leaders were coming through, that was actually for second place. So a great finish there. Again, in spec Corvette, David Sanders, Charlie Abel, Jeff Pascola coming home in 3rd. Then Dominic Rizzo, Frank Delane, your top 5. In T3, Anthony Pacelli, Ben Phillips, Clark Ostrom, Michael Wickman. That is your 4-car field. In STU, Alan Lesher takes the win. Scott Luttrell finishes. Actually, Luttrell did not take the green flag in the Mini. We did not see the Mini come out. So Lesher, your only STU car. Cord Keystart, as we mentioned, their sole T1 car. Joseph Folia retires after a single lap. Andrew Mistak retires after 8. It was, I think, Robert Hayshak down in the gravel there. Brian, I'm showing he finished 2 laps down.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Like I said, they got the trees right there. And you can't, when I look at the, it looks like now we've got a car. So it looks like that there is Mistak that was down there as well, I believe.
Well,
so
Mistak is back in the pits. He brought the car down the pit lane.
Okay, so it looks like it is one of the Corvettes coming out that's coming from down there. They're just now coming out of turn 2. So evidently he must have really slowed down. I can't see. Looks like the car is right out of our range, or our camera range. That still may be down there in the gravel trap. I can see it through the trees with the binoculars, and I think you're right, Greg. I think that may be Hayshak down in there.
Yeah. All right. So, Brian, what we're going to do, while we get a couple of cars pulled out of gravel traps and brought back to the paddock, we're going to make one final call for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7. That's small bore. Please head to the grid. Race group number 7. This is your final car to the grid. And we have gotten confirmation it was car number 9, Robert Hayshak, that is off in the gravel, that they are going to deploy a little bit more equipment to get him out. So, Brian, let's take a quick break. We will come back in just a few moments with our last 2 sprint races of the day here at Summit Point Raceway. You're watching the Spring Mars presented by OG Racing. We'll be right back.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the April MARRS presented by OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and Brian took a little bit longer than we expected. A call that you don't expect to hear. They had to send out some additional equipment to get Robert Hayshak's Factory 5 Cobra out because, the word was the flatbed would sink into the mud as we're getting ready for our next group, race group number 7, and just as they're getting ready to roll off, we're under 5 minutes. What do we have? What do we see, Brian?
No sun, I can tell you that. It is raining again.
Yes, there you go. So after a couple races in the dry and the track drying out, at least over by turn 10, definitely some more of the wet stuff starting to come down. We don't expect it to last long, but there are a lot of clouds hanging right over the front straight here.
Well, again, it rained pretty good earlier today, and it's going to be interesting to see what these drivers do, of whether or not they're actually going to go out. How many of them are going to go back and put some rain tires on? What are they going to do, right? I mean, you're in a position right now where they've given, there's going to be a lot of that going on. We've, got some puddles, still out there in certain parts of the racetrack, as we saw in our last race group here, especially coming into turn 3. And I'm looking out now, and it's definitely raining through turns 1, 2, and definitely 10. I'm not sure what it's doing on the backside, but I can tell you right now, it's raining up here. It's going to be a little interesting. Yeah, and you can see here from looking at the remaining cameras that haven't succumbed to the humidity and the rain that the cloud cover is. It's a little ominous most of the places around the track right now. But Brian, we haven't had the pace car pull up yet, and I know we still had some emergency services vehicles returning after picking up that car that had gone off in the mud over by basically the little crossover road that's coming out of the skid pad over by the Jefferson Circuit. So we should be getting back and running underway here in just a moment, just waiting for the pace car to pull up to the exit of the pit lane. Why don't we run down the starting order? Sure. Starting in 30th position, the number 45 from Ferrum, Virginia. That's Joseph Mananowski.
Joe Manowski.
Manowski. I was going to say. I've been saying his name now for the last 10 minutes. Yeah, and I still pronounce it wrong. And great, and the 1 minute warning's just been given on the grid. Great to see Joe out. Joe is our chief of tech. Had raced in ITC in Rabbits and I think even Beetles back in the early 90s, and he's back out now in Wayne Armbrust's old Spec RX-7. Yep. Starting in 29th, the 32 from Bristow, Virginia, the trio of the Rookies of the Year. That's the 32 of Deacon Greenfield. Starting in 28th position from Felton, Pennsylvania, the 77 of Jeffrey Norris. Starting in 27th position from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the 68 of Abigail Patterson. Starting in 26th position from Leesburg, Virginia, the number 64 of Kathleen Leitich. Starting in the 25th position from Silver Spring, Maryland, the 132 of Court Wilson. Starting in the 24th position, the number 73 from Springfield, Virginia, of Gregory Hotz. Starting in the 23rd position from Bristow, Virginia, the number 24 of Alex Cumming. Starting in the 22nd position from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, the number 86 of Paul Beofist. Starting in 21st from Fayetteville, Pennsylvania, the 131 Summit Point Zone, Taylor Hyatt. Starting in the 20th position from Elliston, Virginia, the 16 of Drew Erie. Starting in 19th position from Charlestown, West Virginia, the number 11 of Bruce Shelton. Starting in 18th position from Middletown, Maryland, the 111 of Carlos Schooler. Starting in 17th position from Ashburn, Virginia, that's the 128 of Ryan McBain. Starting in 16th position from Leesburg, Virginia, the 103 of Alex Radcliffe. Starting in 15th position from Nokesville, Virginia, the 117 of Kevin Richlick. Starting in 14th position from University Park, Maryland, the number 29 of Michael McQueen. Starting in the 13th position from Harrisonburg, Virginia, the 171 of Brad Williams. Starting in 12th position, the 127 from Thurmont, Maryland, that's Jeff Liller. Starting in 11th position from Townsend, Maryland, the 39 of Andrew Wagner. Starting in the 10th position from Washington, D.C., the number 13 of Ed Kudarakis. Starting in 9th position from Frederick, Maryland, the 114 of Benjamin Bunk. Starting in 8th position from Lebanon, Pennsylvania, the number 27 of Jared Odrick. Starting in 7th position from Christiansburg, Virginia, the 182 of Ted Cahall. Starting in 6th position from Colts Neck, New Jersey, the 34 of Thomas Polino. Starting in 5th position, the number 66 from Catonsville, Maryland, that's Jerome Hinkle. Starting in 4th position from Oakland, New Jersey, the number 89 of Michael LaMena. Starting in 3rd position from Morgantown, West Virginia, the number 18th of James Lindenthal. And starting on the front row from Washington, D.C., in the 2nd position, number 47 of Ryan Harrison. And starting on the pole from Edgewater, Maryland, in his Chevrolet Monte Carlo Baby Grand, that's the number 30 of Daniel Strauss.
Daniel Strauss. And so I guess, we talked a little bit about Phil Ackley earlier, and we thought that maybe we'd see him out for this race. Not out, as the lights are now out on the pace car. And if we had our Turn 8 camera working, Brian, you'd see the pace car bringing the field through Turn 8. Again, we hope to have that back up and running for you tomorrow after it goes through an extended drying out period. Yeah. It's going to start a 10-step program tomorrow, or 12-step program tomorrow.
That SIM card is completely wet over there.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, my gosh. All right, so a couple notes, and this is going to be a great battle to watch. In H production, of course, we've got Michael McQueen, your pole sitter, but we've got Alex Ratcliffe in the front-wheel drive Mini. We've got Ryan McBain in the front-wheel drive Honda CRX. We've got Carlos Schooler in the rear-wheel drive MR2. As the field is on the front straight, Brian, and we have a green flag for what looks like two different groups. As most of these racers, they are limping around this race course right now, Brian, and I would hasten to say that the majority of them probably on dry weather tires currently, as Dan Strauss heads down into turn 1, and looks like his brake lights might be dealing with the wet weather as well, as they were kind of cycling on and off there, as the rest of the field now slowly filters into turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, you're right, Greg. Well, it looks like we had several different race groups starting here as Daniel Strauss now comes through turn 3, headed up the hill. Again, a little bit loose here. Guys really taking it easy. We talked about it early on where that turn into turn 3 has got that water in that mud. They've got to go to the driver's left of that in order to get through. Looks like the rain may have stopped down in turns 1 and 2, where it's very light, but very tiptoeing through this entire race course right now to get through. As you just said, I think a lot of these are still on the dry, because when they lined up, the sun was somewhat out, and the clouds weren't out in full force with some of that rain.
All right, so it looks like Jerome Hinkle in his F production Lotus 7 did not take the green flag. Ed Kudarakis, who we saw earlier today in Spec Miata in his T4 Mazda, did not head out, nor did Andrew Wagner in STL. Alex Ratcliffe, who I just talked about in H production, he did not take the green flag, nor did Jeffrey Norris in his E production Honda Prelude. Neat little thing we were talking about, Greg Hotz in the GT Light Toyota MR2. That is actually a tube frame machine, and you look at it and you can tell it's a silhouette body. It's not a true MR2 body, but as you would expect in GT Light, we'll see how he does today as our field completes lap number 1. And Brian, coming down, and this is not a battle for position in class, but overall, James Lindenthal in the number 18 E-Production Mazda RX-7, a great run on Ryan Harrison's STL Mazda MX-5, but decides to just slot in behind him rather than trying to outbrake him and not knowing how wet the the ground is there, and we have one of our Mazda Miatas spins the car, goes off inside at turn 1. And we'll get the car number there in just a moment, as we have another car that's gone back to the pits and decided that he didn't want to continue on. I think that was the 86 of Paul Beofist in the Volkswagen Golf, H production Volkswagen Golf.
Yeah, pretty slow start here. And some of these drivers, they raced a couple weekends ago at VIR. They're used to racing in the rain. I don't think they've had a dry rain, other than qualifying this morning in the last several weeks out here. But, very much tiptoeing through as much as this track as they can.
All right, and the driver that went off over at turn 1, that was the 27 of Jared Odrick, who's out running in STL this weekend in his, he's running in his spec, using his spec Miata in STL, and looks like the local caution over turn 1 has just been dropped.
Yeah, it looks like that may have been, I can't see
the 68 machine that just went around.
That's Abigail Patterson.
Yeah.
Just now coming up through turn 3. So able to get that going again here. Here comes Daniel Strauss. He's coming through the start-finish line. And, Greg, I think you're right. Daniel normally doesn't, he starts getting on the brakes around, the 400 foot mark. Going a little bit deeper this time, so it may be drying out a little bit. But, that baby Grand is set up for aero and everything else. I've actually raced against Daniel. He is definitely going a lot slower than he normally does in this race.
All right, and so as we watch here, Brian, and I'm starting to wonder whether or not Strauss is either A, really good on the brakes going into 1, or if he's got some electrical issues, because we saw a quick tap of the brakes at the 250 foot mark, and then that was it on the brakes. But it looked like he wasn't carrying all that much speed down there into turn number 1. James Lindenthal just ran the fastest lap, about 3/10 faster than Strauss did. And again, Lindenthal currently leading E-Production. The next E-Production car that you come up to, I believe, might actually be Kathy Leidick. And actually great to see Kathy back out driving her Alfa Romeo Spider. That car, she had run in the early 2010s with that car, and I think it's had a couple of years off. So great to see her back here at Summit Point.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, I'm going to give a shout out here. We talked about him early on. Deacon Greenfield, started kind of very far in the back, now all the way up to 17th, was starting to make a move on Gregory Hotz there in that GTL machine. As here comes our leaders out of turn 10 down the front straightaway. And, Greg, you can see the track is starting to dry up a little bit, so that was just a little bit of a quick shower. Yep. I think now as these tires start to get a little bit heat in them again, I think you're going to see some lap times getting faster and faster again. Daniel Strauss normally in the 120 range here on this racetrack, still in the 140. So, again, the backside of this racetrack is still very, very damp from when the rain came through here pretty quickly.
Yeah, and so we're taking a look now, Brian, coming across the stripe, and with the lead now in H production, it is Ryan McBain. This is the advantage of front-wheel drive. As he now has almost a actually more than a 3-second, almost a 4-second advantage over Michael McQueen's MG Midget. And now side by side, just back behind McQueen, we've got Carlos Schooler trying to stay in that H production fight. Jared Odrick in the STL Mazda Miata trying to make his way back up through the field, not having any of it, and definitely creating some problems for that MR2.
Yeah, definitely, Jared, having some problems there in turn 1 pretty much all day long. We saw it earlier on as we talked about in that spec Miata, and then having it again here in STL. So starting to work his way back up from that spin.
All right, and so, hey, want to thank Wayne Nicolette for joining in on the chat, and it sounds like Wayne just had some surgery, some rotator cuff surgery, not going to be able to race in our next race group. Hopefully, Wayne, you go and rehab well, and we get to see you in a race car here soon enough. As we now have Daniel Strauss, our SPU leader, and actually I guess our only SPU car, crossing the stripe to a complete lap number 4. Lindenthal once again closing things down now on that baby Grand, as he once again runs the fastest lap so far this race, almost 0.6 of a second faster then Strauss, and again, Lindenthal with a lot of clearance there in E-Production. Currently, Mike LaMena, your leader in T4 with Benjamin Bunk in his Subaru BRZ. I was going to say, Brian, the last time I saw a Bunk Subaru, the blue Subaru, I don't know if the windshield wipers are stuck in the on position, but he's not going to have any wiper blades by the time this race is done. You talk about the going out with wet weather tires with rains and the track drying up and you search for rain. That's what the windshield wipers right now on Benjamin Bunk's BRZ are like. But this is a great fight going into turn one.
Yeah, I got a pretty good back. That's Jared Ulrich. He's going to work his way back through there. That's going to be trying to catch up to McBain is now going through turn 3, but it looks like Ulrich was trying to get past the Brad Williams machine. Then you've got the Carlos Schooler, and then you've got the 29 of Michael McQueen, and then Kevin Richlick just behind them. We saw that machine earlier on. Out there.
And I was going to say, I just saw McQueen get around Carlos Schooler's MR2 going into turn number 3. So now move McQueen up one position in H production. But we also have a change for the overall lead now, Brian.
Yeah, James Lindenthal in that Mazda RX-7, again, E-Production, gotten around Daniel Strauss there, coming out of probably out through the carousel. Last time by, he's now your overall leader and your leader in E-Production, but Daniel Strauss not going to go away. He's going to fight hard. They're going to come up on the 45 machine there. That's going to be the Manowski machine, and then they're also going to come up on the Kathleen Leitich machine there as they head up to turn 4. So Strauss starting to drop back just a little bit further back. He's going to start going into the clutches of Ryan Harrison in that STL machine.
All right, Brian, real quick, I want to talk about H-Production. Is we've got side by side for the lead right behind Odrick's STL Miata, the 29 machine of McQueen. We've got the 128 CRX of McBain, and then directly behind now, and actually side by side with them, we've got the MR2 of Carlos Schoolers. We had just had a car with a huge brake lock up going into one. But Brian, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next and final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8, our open wheel group, Formula 600, Formula Atlantic and Continental, FE2, FE, FF. I'm not going to run down the whole list, but if you haven't raced yet today, Brian, probably the time for you to come to the grid. Race group number 8, our open wheel racers, please head to the grid now.
And Greg, I think that that lockup that you saw down in there, I don't think that was lockup.
That was engine?
I think that may have been engine, and that is the 120, I believe that's a 128. That may be the Ryan McBain machine down there into turn 1. I did see another puff of smoke, and I did not see him come out. So that is going to be a standing yellow for the rest of this race. As we start to wind down here with 6 laps to go, about to halfway, the Ryan McBain machine still sitting down there almost into turn 2.
Yeah, and he's gone through a number of engines in the last year and a half or so. Matter of fact, I just saw on Facebook about a week ago that there was another engine going into that car. Now, we also have a change in Spec RX-7, Brian, where we just had the number 24 machine of Alex Cumming bring his car to the pits. He had been leading Spec RX-7 by almost 30 seconds over Joe Manowski, but Manowski, your sole racer left in the class, he's your new leader. And let's take a look here. I'm fairly certain McBain is leading that group of cars. We're going to have to take a look.
Well, not anymore. So McBain is sitting down in turn 1. So now Carlos Schooler is going to be leading H production.
Well,
Michael McQueen is second in that. So it looks like they're going to send the emergency.
Yeah. I was actually looking, and it was actually Deacon Greenfield in his Honda CRX that was leading those H cars through turn 1. You've seen one CRX, you've seen them all, right? From this ex-CRX racer.
Well, I actually decided to wear my Honda Racing shirt for Deacon this weekend. So, especially for today. So he's got to show up. He better do something. I haven't talked to him yet this weekend, but I'm going to. I'm going to show him that I wore my Honda shirt just for him.
That's right. I did get a chance to talk to one of those co-rookies of the year. I talked to Jamison Huffman earlier, who's going to be going out in his Formula Enterprise 2 machine in our next group, and he was thanking me for bringing the rain this weekend. Because we all know that, hashtag blame Greg, any racetrack that I'm at this season, it's going to rain and the temperatures are going to drop a minimum of 20 degrees over the course of the weekend.
So Greg, let's jump back to this T4 machine, T4 battle. So
yes.
Michael LaMena now leading over Benjamin Bunk, but Benjamin Bunk was sitting in a little bit of a mess there with Ted Cahall and Thomas Polino in that STL. That's actually for second place battle for STL. So you had LaMena, Bunk, Cahall, and Polino headed up into turn 3. LaMena had maybe half a car length. Bunk was trying to get side by side with him going through turn 3. But, with this little bit of a water that we have at your entry into 3, not able to do so. We'll have to keep an eye on them as they come out of turn 10. Here comes Lindenthal. Here comes Ryan Harrison. That's 1-2 overall. Harrison leading SPU, and then Strauss sitting in third way back there.
Yeah, Strauss just now coming through turn 10 in that baby grand.
And here comes our T4 battle with Bunk and LaMena. LaMena's going to lead Bunk, but it looks like that's going to be Thomas Polino that may get a run to the driver's left of Bunk, and now they're going to go 3 wide with Cahall. Cahall's just trying to figure out what's going to do. Bunk's going to move to the center of the racetrack. That's going to leave Cahall out. That's going to put Michael LaMena back up in front in this T4. But now we've got a waving yellow and a white down there in turn 1. So you got to get single file there through that incident.
They had to get all those passes done before they got down into turn 1, Brian. And so that leaves us with a T4 machine and then an STL machine and then a T4 and an STL now. But it looks like it's going to be a little bit different battle here as they came out of turn 2. And we had Benjamin Bunk, the 114 Subaru, running second in T4. He is now slotted in behind both of the STL machines. So that leaves a bit of a fight there between Cahall and Paulino.
Yeah, that was kind of a put a Subaru in the middle of a Miata sandwich there, headed down into turn 1. That was something that was a little bit difficult to see right now.
All right, and we just had Greg Hotz move to the inside on Deacon Greenfield about start finish, and he had designs on getting around the H production MR2 of Carlos Schooler, and then he goes, "Oh, hey, look, there's a waving yellow flag here that I've seen the last 2 laps. I probably ought to get back in line."
Yep.
So Greg Hotz, he decides to wait till they come out of turn 2, get past the incident, and he still hasn't gotten that pass made as some of these drivers are trying to find their way through lap traffic.
Yeah, trying to get through there, and again, it's still pretty touchy up through turn 5. Let's go back to this T4 and this STL battle here, Greg. As they're going down into turn 1, they've got to get single file quickly because you've got 2 side-by-side cars.
Still side-by-side through a waving yellow, and we've got emergency services vehicles over there as well. Brian, who were those 2 cars?
Well, that would have been Polino and the 182 of Ted Cahall. They were side-by-side going into that corner. And, Greg, real quick, before we get even further back of that, I think Daniel Strauss has got some problems because he is completely off the pace. I think just trying to finish this. But you had Cahall and Polino side-by-side going into turn 1, neither one of them wanting to give there. Michael LaMena in that T4 machine, he was out in front of that, so we're going to see how that works. But that's going to put Benjamin Bunk back again, back behind there. As there they go out of turn 5 into turn 6 right now. Again, still a pretty big battle.
All right, so Brian, we've got 3 laps left. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 8. That is our open wheel grid. Open wheel group, please head to the grid. Open wheel drivers, race group number 8, please head to the grid. And Brian, there you go. The pass under yellow just got called in. The 182 making a pass on the 34 car. And if we take a look at those numbers, that matches up with, Ted Cahall, the 182, Paulino, the 34.
Yeah, and there they go. And Paulino now really dropped back far, pretty far back here as Again, they're starting to head down into turn one. Michael LaMena, Ted Cahall is going to take that STL machine. But let's go look at this T4 again, because now you got LaMena and Bunk again, nose to tail, coming out of turn two, headed up into turn three. Cahall getting ahead of that group as they were before. Polino's dropped back even further there. So I'm not sure if he had some problems on the backside of the racetrack or with that pass, knows that at some point Ted may have to give that back. But that T4 battle between LaMena and Bunk, that's going to come down to the end with 2 laps to go, as Lindenthal should be getting ready to come up underneath the Toyota bridge, and I believe should be coming up turn 10, should be getting that.
He's actually coming under the bridge right now,
yep.
Brian.
Yep.
And there he is now into turn 10, just coming through that green number 18 second-gen Mazda RX-7, and he's got Ryan Harrison in the Mazda MX-5. And again, this is not a battle in class, but it's the battle for the overall lead, as Lindenthal is in E-Production, Harrison in STL, as the local yellow at turn 1 is now down. Lindenthal is going to come underneath Carlos Schooler and also the CRX at Deacon Greenfield. Greenfield also allows Ryan Harrison to get by, as Ryan Harrison, with 2 laps remaining, ran the fastest lap of the race, about half a second faster than Lindenthal.
Yeah, Lindenthal opening up that overall, as you said. Harrison had to get up underneath Schooler and Greenfield going into turn 1, as our T4 battle now goes through turn 1 for the last time here, Greg, is still Michael LaMena over Benjamin Bunk by about half a car length. But they've got some lap traffic they're going to have to deal with, is now LaMena has caught up to the 182 of Ted Cahall in that STL machine. We're going to have to see whether or not Cahall is going to hold up Michael LaMena. I wouldn't think so. I think LaMena is going to follow him as quickly as he can, or as closely as he can. That's going to help separate him from Benjamin Bunk.
Yeah, exactly, Brian, here, as we have James Lindenthal now coming up the hill and under the bridge. He's going to be probably the second car in line coming through. Actually, there's a much longer line there. He's the second to the last car coming through turn 10 right now. That has allowed Ryan Harrison to close things up quite a bit as they came through traffic, as Lindenthal tries to fight past Greg Hotz on the line. He is going to take the checkered flag. He wins the production. He wins the overall race. And now Lindenthal, who came through, and there are 2 cars that he is side by side right now, Brian, with going through one that have not taken the checkered flag yet.
Yeah, I mean, they got through the start-finish line. Here comes our T4 battle. Looks like Cahall is going to get that STL in there. That's going to finish second, and it looks like LaMena is going to hold off T4. He's going to hold off Benjamin Bunk for that T4 win.
He is, as Michael LaMena finishes right between him, or probably Ted Cahall managing to hold off Tom Paulino, who finished a number of cars back. So we've still got a couple of cars fighting through. Now, Brian, when we were talking about having that vehicle out, emergency services vehicle out to retrieve Ryan McBain's car there, you can't see it on our cameras right there, but just to the left of our camera view, and just to the left of the track, that emergency services team is still out there with the 128 car. And so that was the concern as we were discussing, Brian, that we did have the retired CRX as well as the emergency services team literally just feet off the side of the track surface there as we saw that pass under yellow. But let's go. We're going to run down the finishing order here. But before we do, let's give a final call to the grid for our last race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 8. Open wheel drivers, please head to the grid now. Your race is next. Open wheel drivers, race group number 8, please head to the grid. All right, so Brian, let's break things down here by class. And we're going to start off with E-Production. And your winner in E-Production, James Lindenthal. Kathy Leidick finishes 2 laps down in second. In F-Production, your winner today, let's take a look, is Kevin Richlick with Abigail Patterson, finishing 1 lap down in second. In H-Production, taking the win is Carlos Schooler, who did manage to get around Mike McQueen's midget, so the MR2 takes the win. Taylor Hyatt picks up a podium position. She finishes in third, and Ryan McBain finishes 6 laps down. In STL, it was Ryan Harrison who finished second overall, taking the win in class. Ted Cahall second. Thomas Paulino will finish third in class. Jared Odrick will finish fourth, with Brad Williams finishing in fifth. And Dan Strauss in SPU, who was our pole sitter, and I think you're right, he did look like that there was, we thought maybe he went out on dries, and obviously with the wet weather it was problematic. The car got slower. Hey, maybe he went out on wets. We don't know. But Dan Strauss, our sole car in SPU, he finishes 6th overall. And then 2 more classes. Actually, GT Light, Greg Hotz, our sole driver. In Spec RX-7, Joe Manowski takes the win. Congratulations to Joe. And then finally in GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton is your winner. Drew Erie comes home in second. All right, so Brian, we've got one more race here this afternoon. That is going to be our open wheel group. And we think that is going to probably start, I don't know, 5:13, 5:15, it's 5:07 now. We're going to say 5:15, just because, well, we're making things up at this point. Let me go and save a quick little screen back there. There we go. And actually, well, you know what? Now that I say that, the 5-minute warning has been given. So I guess I was actually right when I said 5:13. Is that right? 5:12. Hold on. See, and now I got to save this file one more time.
There you are doing that math again. That's just
not
working.
I know what a disaster that is when I do math. But let's do this. We're going to take a quick little break, and we're going to thank at least one of our sponsors, and it's our title sponsor here this weekend, Brian. It's OG Racing. There we go. Hey, is this thing on? Knock, 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 knock. Oh my gosh. There we go. Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway for the last race group of the day here for the April MARRS presented by OG Racing. And for those of you that are watching on YouTube, you probably didn't hear what we said here at the track. Probably a good thing, as the 1 minute warning, Brian, has just been given to our open wheel field. We've got 10 drivers that went out for qualifying this weekend. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 10th, we've got a nice little 4-car Formula V field here. Starting 10th, driving the number 13 Protoform from Protoform Formula V from Helen, Pennsylvania. It's Ryan Higgins. Kevin Higgins, he's from Windsor, Pennsylvania. He is also driving a Protoform P2. He's going to start third in Formula V. Both of those drivers representing Higgins Powder Coating. What a surprise there. And also representing the Susquehanna region of the SCCA. Starting second in Formula V, 8th overall, driving the number 35 Caracal. It's Frank Verano out of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Harpers Ferry, West Virginia's Luke Testerman is your pole sitter today in Formula V, driving the number 76 Caracal. Starting 6th today. 4th in Club Ford from Stephen City, Virginia, driving his Royale. It's Joe Marcinski with Brian Farrell starting 3rd in Club Ford, 5th overall, driving the number 21 Zinc. He's from Arlington, Virginia. Sam Iyer driving the number 28 Club Ford Zinc, and he's from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, starting 4th overall. Starting on the pole in Club Ford, 3rd overall, driving the number 20 Zinc, it's Doug Fisher from Moncton, Maryland, and your front row today. Talk about a family affair here on the front row, Brian. Starting 2nd, driving the number 89 Formula Enterprises 2 machine with a qualifying time of 1:12.847. It's Jamison Huffman, co-rookie of the year for 2022 here in the DC region. And starting on pole with a qualifying time of 1:12.816, that is 31 thousandths of a second faster than his son. We've got Justin Huffman driving the number 11 Formula Enterprises 2 machine. He, oddly enough, is also from Herndon, Virginia. He's your pole sitter today.
Should be a pretty good race between them two. I know that Jamison's been having some problems with that FE2 machine the last couple of weeks.
Shifting issues.
All different types, electrical issues, things like that.
Formula Atlantic drivers driving over his rear wheels, little things like that.
But I look for him to get back on track here. Looks like we still have one car off on pit road that didn't get a chance to go out. I'm not sure if they're having issues being started. You may have your binoculars sitting there to be able to see if you can see a number. That looks like
it's one of our V's.
Is it one of our
Brian.
V's or one of our Club Fords?
I'm fairly certain it's one of the V's. And
it is a V.
yes. Thank you, Carolyn Bear Brewing. She was either going, what the heck?
Or YMCA. She
Yeah.
was starting to sing it early.
That's right.
And I wasn't sure what she was doing there, but it is a Formula V now that neither one of us can see that far. So
yeah, so we'll get the number. We'll know the number on that car in just a moment. They just pulled the engine cover off the back, which is never a good sign. As it sounds like the pack is packed up pretty good, Brian, as they come up the hill out of turn 8 towards turn number 9.
this could be a quick green flag on this pack. I'm sure the starters, with everything they have had to go through today, standing up there between the hail and the wind and the rain and the sun
and the family arguments, because the starter bridge this weekend, Brian, has been made up of John Burkhardt, Beth Burkhardt, Morgan Burkhardt, and Josh Cockey, who is Beth's father.
Yep.
So there you go. Green flag is in the air, and we're underway. And immediately taking the lead, jumping out to an early lead, is Justin Huffman. Jamison Huffman popping right back behind him, but now moves to the inside, going into turn 1. And we'll see here if Dad gives it up. He hasn't given it up yet. Just behind, Doug Fisher leads the Club Ford field down into turn 1 with Farrell and Sam Iyer just behind Joe Marcinski, slotting in behind. And it looks like, Brian, it was Frank Verano, driver of the number 35 Caracol, that did not take the green.
Yeah,
He's still on the pit lane.
Still sitting on pit road. But you know what? Justin got a great run off the start on that green flag. Jameson just kind of went right behind him, tucked right in behind him, be able to get that draft off of him, and then all of a sudden pulled out as they head down through turn 5. It is Jameson Huffman leading over Dad, Justin Huffman, for that overall top position in that FE2. But tucked in behind him, got that run, and then pulled back out right as they got to the 500-foot mark in order to make that pass going into 1 and held onto it.
And at lunch, we had Jameson come up to us, and first thing he wanted to do was thank me for bringing the rain today. And then as we were talking to him, he was discussing what he was going to do going down in the 1 with Dad. And the one thing that he said was, I can't hit him.
Yeah.
And he was very worried about going wheel to wheel with Justin Huffman into turn number 1. And apparently those fears disappeared about 3/4 of the way down the front straight.
Yeah, again, we saw them both out here for the majors event that we had at the beginning of April, and they both had some issues going off in turn 1. Again, it was still raining. I think Justin right now is just sitting back behind him, again, kind of learning a little bit. And when I say learning, just understand what his kid is doing, right?
Yeah.
Be able to help him as he grows. And it looks like Marcinski may be pulling in on pit road. Here comes our last Formula V. They got that started. He's now going to pull up. He's going to be a couple laps down, but looks like the 04 machine of Marcinski is going to make that right-hand turn.
Yeah, so as Marcinski goes back to the pits, Verano now takes his number 35 Caracol onto the track. He is essentially a lap and 3/4 down at this point. He's starting his first lap while our leaders Huffman and Huffman, sounds like a good law firm there, will be completing their second flying lap as they come out of turn number 10, Brian. And again, Jameson keeping the point. Now, we should mention that in STL, or pardon me, did I say STL? In FE2 here at Summit Point, I believe that track record holder, it was Sam Harrington going into the majors a couple weeks ago, but when we came out, it was Justin Huffman, your new track record holder in FE2, with the damp-ish track here today. I don't anticipate that time dropping.
Yeah, I don't see that. I mean, you may get something tomorrow a little bit because it is going to be a little bit cooler with the sun out, so we'll have to see whether or not that can happen, to get some heat in those tires in order to get the grip. But that may help. Get him there. Again, it's going to be a little bit colder tomorrow, but the sun will be out, so that may obviously put some dry out in the. This track right now is as green as it probably is going to be because of all the rain.
Because of the rain,
that came through pretty quickly today.
All right, and hey, want to thank Doug Kinzer for watching, another MR2 driver. He was watching Carlos Schooler take the win in H production. And if you like what you see here today, and you've enjoyed the coverage, I ask all of you to please go ahead and smash. My friends tell me you have to smash the thumbs up button here on YouTube. And if you haven't done so already, go ahead and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. region YouTube page and click on that notification bell. And that way you'll find out every time we go live. So, again, I want to thank you all for joining us here this weekend.
We do have one of our Vs on pit road right now. Looks like they may come up and to get some attendance done from their crew. They may go back out. It's kind of hard. It's the bright orange car, but I can't see because the tower that's down there. Right
I think that's Ryan Higgins in the number 13 protoform. Another good law firm, Higgins and Higgins. Either that, or if you're like a Magnum PI fan, well, one of them is Higgins. But we've got that car, and I'm only showing the 13 machine as having completed one lap, much like Frank Verano. So Verano goes and crosses the start-finish line here, Brian. He'll move up into, I believe, 4th position in Formula V.
Yeah, he's going to end up moving up, and I think again, after getting that late start, here come the Huffmans. They're going to cross the start-finish line here. Again, Jameson starting to open up over Dad, heading down into turn 1, opening it up by about a second.
Yeah.
Now, so that's the furthest they've been. They're going to come up on on some of our Club Fords and one of our Formula Vs here coming up out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3. So they're going to come up to them on speed. They're getting ready to come up on the 21 of Brian Farrell. Next one will be after that will be the 113 of Kevin Higgins machine.
Yeah, and so we were talking about how Huffman now has been in this car. This is I believe, his third race weekend in the car. He was racing at Summit Point for the majors about 3 weeks ago, and had transmission issues. They had just put in. They just built this car up for Jamison. It had been an original Formula Enterprises machine, and so they put in the new motor. They put in the new SADEV transmission, much like the Spec Racer Fords are racing now. And there always appears to be some programming that has to go in for those cars to set up for the throttle blip on downshifts. And he was having a lot of shifting issues. And it turns out it actually wasn't the electronics; it was actually a clutch issue. They got that fixed up, and at VIR they went out, and it rained all weekend as well. So this is, I think, one of the very first dry-ish sessions that Jamison is running here in the dry here at Summit Point. And it looks like Dad now, as the track is starting to dry out, starting to make up some ground on son Jamison.
Yeah, it's took that second gap that was there the last time by, that's now to 0.6, but I can tell you as they went through turn 3, it opened up probably just by about a car length difference there. So dear old Dad, as they go down into turn 5 right now, is about a car length and a half off the back gearbox of Jamison Huffman to complete lap 5 here.
And so Brian and I have over the last couple of years called a number of iRacing events. In the unofficial SCCA iRacing League, the Ray Esports Racing League. Shout out to Stevie Ray if he's watching or listening, but he's probably watching everything from Hallett. And we've called races where Jamison and Justin have both been racing together, and their iRacing rigs are literally feet apart. And we've always wondered, because they've had some decent races together, if like one of them to kind of distract the other, like reaches over and like slaps the other one or not. Or not. Obviously that's not happening here, but we're seeing that Jamison is definitely keeping up the pace. Now the question has to be whether or not Justin is sitting back and letting Jamison get his sea legs behind the wheel of this car, as he's still really trying to learn this machine, having raced SSM for the last year and a half.
Yeah, I mean, again, you start to sit next to each other, you start talking to each other, and again, it's I don't believe that Justin is just letting Jamison get his sea legs. I think Jamison, because Jamison was a little bit faster than that. I was looking at the last lap there, especially going through turn 5. Now, obviously, you can't see turn 8, but it looks like, especially coming up under the bridge and coming out of turn 10, that Jamison gets a much better run off the corner than Justin does coming off. So Justin is able to power just a little bit more off of turn 10, which is propelling him down into, past the start finish line and down into turn 1. Also looking at turn 1 and turn 2, it does look like Jamison's able to get a little bit deeper than Dad. So we'll see. Maybe Dad's just trying to take care of the equipment, understanding that there's still 5 laps to go before he tries to make that move. But he's, about 4.5 car lengths off of Jamison for that top spot. Jamison last time by just ran a 1:12.9, so he's getting up there close to his qualifying time. So this track definitely is drying out.
Yeah, certainly. So I was just looking back, Brian, and just doing a little bit of research. And so I mentioned that Justin Huffman had taken the track record away from Sam Harrington at the majors, ran a 1:11.338. So that's the new marker in FE2 here at Summit Point Raceway. And, but frankly, neither one of those drivers is all that far off the old track record. Sam Harrington had originally set that at a 1:12.5. And so here, as the track is just now starting to dry out, both Jamison Huffman and Justin Huffman starting to move within 4/10 of a second of that time.
Yeah, well, now they're going to be even closer because they came up on the back gearbox of the 98 of Samuel
Iyer.
Iyer. Justin had a really tough run off the corner. Dad got a great run because he hadn't gotten there yet. He moved up right side. They were side by side for a brief moment. Dad decided to give it up there. Justin letting Jamison get back out in front, but he's just going to sit there on the gearbox and push a little bit towards Jamison.
Yeah.
They're going to get ready to come up on the, I believe that is the 35 maybe that they're getting ready to come up next to, or that may even be the 20.
I think it's the
of Doug
20 of Fisher.
Yeah.
Exactly. So as they start to make their way through most of the Club Ford, actually Fisher currently your leader in Club Ford with about an 8-second advantage over Iyer. And the next time the Huffmans cross the start-finish line, we'll have 3 laps to go. So we are getting towards the end here. But it was nice positioning. As you mentioned, it looked like Dad Justin maybe backed out a little bit going into turn 1. Jamison, though, he moved the car over a little bit to driver's right. Didn't move it over that far. Didn't move it too far. Wasn't even center of track, but he had it well positioned and was able to open the corner up and still carry speeds out of 1 and 2.
Well, as close as they were before the last time by, he's opened it back up again. So, again, we'll have to see whether or not what he can do with a good, clean lap here again. Let's see whether or not he's going to be able to pull away a little bit. Jamison taking that, that perfect line really into 1 going through. Dad Justin moving a little bit to the right to try to get into the center of the track into turn 1. And I think that could be where he's losing a little bit of that momentum there, Greg, and not being able to get right back on the throttle as hard as he really wants to.
Yeah, and so as we now have 2 laps remaining here at some, probably, did I say 2 laps or is it 3 laps?
It's 3 laps.
Next time by, it'll be 2 laps. Again, this is our last race of the day tomorrow. It's going to be racing all day. We're going to start the stream up at about 8 o'clock in the morning, but we anticipate cars being on course for our first race of the day, which is our bracket racing at 8:15 a.m. For the first of their 2 10-lap races over the course of the day. For all of the rest of our drivers, going to be 20-lap feature races. So 7 20-lap feature races. Again, we'll be starting up between 8 and 8:15. But Brian, look at this as our 2 FE2 drivers come out of turn 10 onto the front straight. Jamison Huffman again opening up a bit of a gap back to father Justin that last time by, almost 0.4 of a second to the good for Jamison Huffman.
Yeah, again, I'm going to go back to I really think that Justin is losing a little bit of this that momentum there, trying to take center of the track through turns 1 and 2. And it could be that that's where the car is handling the best for him, that he can get it out of, but he's losing that ground. Last time by 0.9 of a second. The largest lead that Jamison did have was just a little over a second. We'll see. Next time they come by, they'll be getting the 1 to go board. So we'll see whether or not Justin was trying to save a little bit for that for this last lap dash. You can say, but I looking at Jamison come through there, he's running a pretty good consistent line and staying consistent in his lap times. When I pull it up on the when I pull it up on the pylon on the tracker.
Yeah, that last time by, both Jamison and Justin had dropped off about a second from their previous laps, but I think a lot of that had to do with traffic. But now with the 1 to go board on the starter bridge, Jamison Huffman is your leader, and he's got about a 0.6 of a second advantage, but Justin Huffman really closing things down under braking going into turn 1, Brian.
Yeah, let's check out the gap coming out of turn 2, as I've been talking about. But, right now, Justin's right on that back gearbox, about a half a car length back, getting a great run out of turn 2. So maybe he was just riding around, setting it up until he saw that 1 to go board. Maybe he is a little bit faster. As they come out of turn 3, head up over the hill into turn 4. You look on the cameras here, you're going to see him coming down in turn 5. We'll see whether or not it's that half a car length lead or if it's opened up to about a car length and a half. Yeah. Still looks like it's about a car length now. So we'll see whether or not Justin's going to be able to get that run out of the carousel and up out of turn 10.
Yeah, and it looked like he might have closed things down a little bit under braking. I think Justin, and a lot of this has to do with his experience in the chassis, he's definitely stronger on the brakes than Jamison is. Jamison's still a little bit tentative as our leaders now come underneath that Toyota bridge and over towards turn 10. And Jamison Huffman, he gets good runs on Justin through the bottom half of the course as they come out of 10 and onto the front straight, taking the win in Formula Enterprises 2. It's Jamison Huffman out of Herndon, Virginia, driver of the number 89 machine. His father, Justin, comes home in second. Gap between the two drivers, 58 hundredths of a second. Now we're waiting for our Club Ford race. Doug Fisher had opened up a pretty good advantage on Sam Iyer, and here we go, coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight. First of our Club Fords to take the checkered flag, it is the number 20 Zinc of Doug Fisher. The Moncton, Maryland driver takes the win. Sam Iyer will come home in second. And we'll see where things stand now in Formula V. I believe the 76 at Testerman, probably our next driver by. Actually, that is the 113 of Higgins that crossed the stripe. I think Testerman actually was basically a lap up, so should be one of our next drivers to take the checker. Actually, it wasn't a lap up, but he was getting close to lapping some of our Formula Vs. Mm-hmm. And so we'll see here. But Higgins will finish second in Formula V. Coming onto the front straight now, this might actually be Verano. Let's take a look here.
That's the 35 Verano.
The 35 machine of Verano, who will finish after having started on the pit lane, comes home with a podium in Formula V. Great run for Frank Verano as he finishes a lap down. Luke Testerman will take the win in Formula V. And so let's just quickly run down the order here. In FE2, it's Jamison Huffman, then Justin Huffman. In Club Ford, Doug Fisher, Sam Iyer. Brian Farrell in his Zinc finishes in third, but finishes 4 laps down. Joe Marcinski, unfortunately, did not complete a lap. And in Formula V, Luke Testerman, your winner. Kevin Higgins second. Frank Verano will finish third. And Ryan Higgins, unfortunately, only completes 1 lap. So, Brian, that is going to wrap things up for us here today. Let's take a look at the that is the wrong upcoming schedule. We had the right upcoming schedule here soon. Let's see, is that let's see. Nope, I got to change the screen here. But again, as we mentioned, tomorrow morning the stream will go live at 8 a.m. Cars on course for our bracket racing starting at 8:15 tomorrow morning. That will be their first of 2 10-minute bracket races. But after that race is done, we'll have 20 lap. Wow. If I said a 35 lap race, wow. 20 lap races for our 7 MARRS groups tomorrow.
And we're going to go 10 laps for each of the 2 races for bracket, not 10 minutes.
Not 10 minutes.
We're going to give them a little bit more than 10 minutes.
Let's do it 10 minutes. That would be like, what, like 4.5 laps? Oh, God. I've done enough wrong this afternoon. Please take away my card.
Yep, we're
all right. And so before we wrap up, for everybody here at the track, wanted to let you know that we've got some evening, of course, our normal social, but we're going to have a live band here tonight. It is Stone Cottage. They're going to be playing at Shea Summit here tonight. And they should be starting up momentarily. And, of course, for everybody here at the track, whether you be a volunteer, whether you be a driver or crew or family or friends, we've got our evening social with some great food and some great beverages as well over by Shea Summit. So definitely come on by. Speaking of which, we want to thank all of our volunteers, that especially with the troubling weather conditions here this weekend. We know that it hasn't been the easiest, at least today. So if you see some folks in white or some folks that you know that were working on the starter bridge or in timing and scoring or even in registration or in tech, thank. And there are many more. You can even thank the stewards if you wish. But lots of great folks here that help put on these events. And so for Brian Donati, I'm Greg Ginsburg. We'll be back here tomorrow morning right around 8 a.m. with more action from the April MARRS presented by OG Racing. We'll see you tomorrow.